Hello. Hi. 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 How's everyone doing? We're about to start, but I think everything. I think we have already said everything, right? Is everything said properly? Wait, I can. You cannot hear my music. You can only hear the music from this. Okay, hold on. Meow, 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 meow. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Let me see. Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? Where do we go? I think everything should be fine. So we go here. It's not here. Oh my god, that was scary. Is it here? Yeah, it is here. Yeah. Okay, we're done. We're ready. Um. Yeah, we have the. What is this? High quality Saint Truesdale. Plus other characters. Plus other characters. I wonder who are those other characters that appear in this. They have this soundtrack attached to them. Really curious about that. So yeah. 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 What are we watching today? Today we're gonna be watching some what is this? TS anime, TS anime, TS anime, TS anime. We have an archetype penguin. I want to watch this. I'm really curious about the penguins. I might play this. There is also the goti, the fishes. There is loopholes. That's someone. I already watched this one, but I want to watch it again because if you haven't watched this series, you are doing a disservice to yourself. This is amazing. This is one of the best videos out there, best Yu-Gi-Oh videos I've seen. Yeah, yeah. So let's watch it together. I think like this is the first episode especially, like caught me completely off guard. I wasn't expecting it at all. So yeah, hello Mitch, welcome, welcome. And then the Shadow archetype that was also recommended quite a few times. So yeah, we're gonna go for that. I think that's gonna be the ones for today. There is more stuff that we can watch, but for now it's only gonna be this. Yeah. Yeah. It's time to do. Hello, Erin. Welcome, welcome. Thank you yesterday for being on the collab. Thank you, thank you. I didn't say like I didn't hello Sans say like same exactly to the people that show yesterday to the collab. Thank you, thank you. Where we're gonna watch? We're gonna watch the usual stuff. Don't worry. But I think we're gonna watch your favorite. We're watching this today too. We're gonna watch this. I refuse to read Goti. Goti. Hopefully I learn how to pronounce it. I guess it's fish. Yeah, so that's what we are doing today. That and other videos, of course. You're gonna cry of joy? Okay. You know what? You're already here. Let's watch it already. Let's start with this one. Let's start with this one already. I ended up falling asleep during it. Yeah, it was very like a very chill stream. It was like just like we were both drawing, vibing, just talking about random stuff. So yeah, a very different kind of stream. Yeah, yeah, and it was also super late. It was also super late, so that probably didn't help. But yeah, I still appreciate it. I still appreciate it. I will maybe post every now and then some collabs that I do. So yeah. Yeah. Okay, let's start. The vibes aided my sleep. Nice. I refuse. Wait, hold on. Hello, Philip. Hello. Welcome, welcome. We're gonna watch some fish. I refuse to read Goti. I've been told that Goti or whatever is actually pronounced fish, but I don't know. So hopefully this video helps me with that.
Few things in this life frustrate me more than a joke that just won't die. Or am I supposed to say unalive? Who knows anymore? It's never the good jokes that stick around either. And for every—
Wait, hold on. the volume.
Few things in this life frustrate me more than a joke that just won't die. Or am I supposed to? Few things in this life frustrate me more than a joke that just won't die. Or am I supposed to say unalive? Who knows anymore? It's never the good jokes that stick around either.
Ooh, the audio balance is kinda weird. The audio balance is kinda weird. Oh.
Few things in this life.
Hold on.
Few.
Okay. The audio is like I'm trying to balance the audio so that I don't like I can talk over it, but at the same time it's not too low. But the audio like kinda goes like very low and then very high. But don't worry, we got this. We got this. I refuse to read Gotti. I've been told that Gotti is actually pronounced fish, but yeah, I don't know. Hopefully this video clears some of that.
Few things in this life frustrate me more than a joke that just won't die. Or am I supposed to say unalive? Who knows anymore? It's never the good jokes that stick around either. And for every, with no monsters left on the field, I summon Dark Magician, there are 3 screw the rules, I have money.
I like that. Because I think like it's like post-ironic at this point. The screw the rules, I have money. I feel like, I don't know. A lot of the new archetype cards in the OCG seem pretty hype. I'm gonna play Blitzkrieg with Evin Thunder and German team. Yeah, it sounds awesome. Looks awesome. Hello, Top Dog. Hello. Yeah, it looks really cool. I also kind of like want to try that. But yeah.
Brainworms that just work their way into the zeitgeist, for not even fire can kill these things. All that sugar and spice to say that Goaty is not pronounced fish. You don't just get to decide which part of which word you want to airdrop into your pronunciation. This is not English language a la carte. This is not the you pick 2 of lexicons. Yes, I get the joke. Yes, your inevitable comments will cause me to have brain aneurysms, meaning that this will likely be the very last episode of I Refuse to Read.
Wait, what's the joke? Was it a joke all this time? People have been like saying that every time that those cards appear on screen, people say that. Was it a joke? I thought they were being serious, and I was missing something.
Goaty, fish. A wildly popular archetype of silly guys released in the Power of the Elements as a TCG exclusive. Unleashing these guys on the Western audience was an act of war that only went unnoticed because Sprite and Tier were absolute powerhouses. The deck's primary function involves banishing your fishy friends, special summoning from the banish zone, and quick synchroing on your opponent's turn to cannonball.
They are all Yummy Snatchy. Lemao.
Their board. If it sounds like I know a little more about the deck this time around, it's because I do. This is my second look at the archetype. Hopefully my newfound competence doesn't scare you. Let's get into the cards. Goaty, as an archetype, is a big fish in a bigger pond, consisting of 16 cards, 8 main deck monsters, 4 synchros dwelling in the depths of the extra deck, 1 spell, and 3 traps. The most common level of main deck monster is 2, and so we'll begin with Keef, Merc of the Goaty. Keef is a level 2 water fish monster with 0 attack and 1500 defense. Every monster in this archetype is a water fish. This is a water fish Apalooza. It has the effect: if a fish monster is on your field, you can special summon this card from your hand. If a monster is special summoned to your opponent's field, except during the damage step, you can target one of those monsters and one of your banished level 6 or lower fish monsters. Banish both that opponent's monster and this card, and if you do, special summon your targeted monster. During the standby phase of the next turn after this card was banished, you can special summon this banished card. You can only use each effect once per turn. Oh man, we begin as we mean to go on. This is a complicated archetype, and this is a
yeah, I'm already tired of this.
complicated card. Incredibly powerful, good special summon condition, good interruption, and allows you to swarm the field with higher level monsters to synchro on your opponent's turn. The card artwork is absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, no, that looks really cool.
Just blissfully unaware of what's about to happen to him. But there are secrets in these waters, and we'll.
I just realized, right? Is that like a little fish, and there is like a big fish like behind? I didn't notice. Like, I thought it was an artistic choice, not that it's about to get eaten.
Get to that in a bit. Our next monster is Zep, Ruby of the Goaty.
Zep.
This is a level 2 waterfish tuna.
Zep, it's pez backwards. Pez meaning fish in Spanish. Oh my god, that's so cool. Banish opponent monsters, summon high level monsters, and bring him And bring him back after all that, man, cards are busted. It's so weird.
Effect monster with 0 attack and 1000 defense. And the effect: you can banish this card from your hand, then target one fish monster in your grave. Banish it. During your opponent's turn, if this card is banished, you can special summon it. If this card is special summoned, you can, except during the damage step, immediately after this effect resolves, synchro summon one fish synchro monster using this card you control, and then you can only use these effects once per turn. Alright, we are getting into the meat and potatoes of what this deck wants to do. Banishing this card from your hand to banish a fish from your grave is ridiculous, as I'm sure you'll see soon, so many of the cards special summon themselves from banish on your opponent's turn. The ability to quick sync if it's special summoned is insane, and the fact that it doesn't lock you into synchro summoning goatees, just fish monsters, enables like white aura whale plays that are so cool. The card artwork on this is
right. It's fish synchro monsters, not goatees. Hello Cyberhorse and hello Pyronova. Bro has the dual logs cadence to his voice. I don't blame you for getting kind of. I'm not bored of the YouTuber here. Faker, I think he has a really nice voice for narrating effects and explaining effects. It's just like the effects are so convoluted. Yeah, if Faker was explaining some other archetype, I'm pretty sure I will be like having the time of my life. It's just like these cards are like, there's a lot going on.
Significantly more beautiful, showing that not all that dwells within the depths are to be feared. Our next monster is Sheaf, Fairy of the Goatee. I'm just gonna say, I thought that this was a person when I first saw it. I did not recognize—
Sheaf? That's fish. Wait, you thought it was a person? Wait, where is the...
this as being like a jellyfish or a sea creature at all. I thought it was just like a little guy. This
What?
is a level 2 waterfish tuner with 0 attack, 500 defense, and the card text. You can banish this card from your grave, then target one fish monster you control. It gains 500 attack.
You can only summon goatee monsters. See, it says right here that I can only summon fish. Hello, Spotted Zebra. That was very funny.
Attack until the end of this turn. Nuts. At least it banishes itself. During the standby phase of the next turn after this card was banished, you can special summon this banished card. During your opponent's main phase, if this card was special summoned this turn, you can quick effect immediately after this effect resolves, synchro summon one fish synchro monster using this card you control, and then it is a once per turn. The effect after it banishes itself is a little weak, but it's really just a means to an end. You want this thing in the banish zone so that it can special summon it during the standby phase and then quick sync into board breakers. I'm sure that you play one. The last of our illustrious level 2s is Paces, Light of the Goatee. This mantine looking fella is a level 2 waterfish tuner with 0/0 and the card text. You can banish this card you control. Special summon one fish monster from your hand except for Paces. During the standby phase of the next turn after this card was banished, you can special summon this banished card. During your opponent's main phase, if this card was special summoned this turn, you can quick effect immediately after this effect resolves, special summon one fish synchro monster using this card you control. As you can see, all of the tuners all have the same effect to quick sync on your opponent's turn. The only real difference between them is that first effect. Banishing this card in order to special summon another fish monster is decent, although it does require you to have pretty specific hands. It is a tuner that special summons itself from banished and allows you to quick sync, however, so you absolutely play it. Getting in—
that is that. Oh, those card effects are so funny. Even though dual logs doesn't bore me this much, no disrespect to the man, but it sounds like an AI monologue. I like this kind of videos. I really like this kind of videos. This is the kind of videos that I listen to while I'm cooking or while I'm cleaning. Usually cooking. I usually watch like the dual logs videos when I'm cooking. I get it. Dulos literally makes fall sleeps too. No, I like them. I feel like they are very informative. This is really cool. It's easier than it seems. Yeah, I know. It's just like it seems like a long effect, but since most of them have the same effect, it's not that bad.
Into these slightly higher level fish, we have Ixeep, Omen of the Goatee. This is a level 4 water fish monster with 1500 attack, 0 defense, and the effect. If a fish monster is banished, except during the damage step, you can special summon this card from your hand. During the standby phase of the next turn after this card was banished, you can target one of your Goatee traps that is banished or in your grave.
The
set
traps.
Target. You can only use each effect of Ixeep, Omen of the Goatee once per turn. Well, let's play a game. I dare you to find a single fish that doesn't banish itself in this deck. It's not going to happen. This is a very good extender, and the effect to set a trap is going to be entirely reliant.
If a fish monster is banished, you can special summon this card during the standby phase of the next turn after this card was banished. This card doesn't banish itself. Am I reading this correctly? If a fish monster is banished, you can special summon this card from your hand during the standby phase of the next turn after this card was banished. Yeah, this card doesn't banish itself. So it has an effect if it's banished, but it doesn't banish itself. So, I won. Emancipator has long effects too, but they are fun and easy to follow once you actually play the cards. I feel like a lot of archetypes are like that.
The quality of the traps. So I guess we'll have to get to those in a bit. Up next, we have a handful of level 6s, beginning with 6. Moonlight of the Goatee. This monster is the thing that's eating Keef.
Yeah,
if
of
you
course.
Take a look at the card artwork. Keef isn't even its own monster. Keef is just the little dangly thing that this monster uses to bait prey. Absolutely horrifying. Cannot believe that they did my guy Keef like that. What archetype gives the individual parts of its monster card artwork? Don't say Gate Guardian.
Oh, that's so cool! Gate Guardian.
This is a level 6 fish effect monster with 2400 attack and 0 defense and the card effect. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can add one fish monster from your deck to your hand. Crazy, except for 6. Then banish one fish monster from your hand or face-up field. If this card is banished, you can banish one fish monster from your hand, grave, or face-up field, except for itself, to special summon this card. Ridiculous, ridiculous. The banishing effect happens after the adding effect, which means that you can add like Ixeep and then banish 6. Now you've banished a fish, so you get to special summon the Ixeep. Then you can banish the Ixeep and then bring back the 6 in order to get its effect on the next turn. This card is ridiculous. Absolutely mandatory. Great card. Our next level 6 is Snopios, Shade of the Goatee.
Snopios.
Look at this guy. Dude, he looks so terrifying. I'm not like a big Cthulhu, but look at those eyes.
I'm a big Cthulhu. What are you talking about? Can you imagine getting sucked by this? That would be so funny, right? Oh, the characters that share Saints teams are the following: Cyrus, Aster, Chaz, Tyranno, Hasselberry, and Axel. Interesting. Thank you, Joel. Thank you, and welcome to the stream. I wasn't expecting a reply to something like I asked like 20 minutes ago. That's crazy. Thank you, thank you. Don't listen to him. Snopios is a really good card. What are you talking about? I didn't say that it was bad.
Eyes, man. Ridiculous. This is a level 6 water fish effect monster with 2100 attack, 0 defense, and the effect. During the main phase, you can banish 2 fish monsters from your hand or grave, special summon this card from your hand. If this card is special summoned, you can target one face-up card on the field, banish it when it leaves the field. Kinda mediocre. If this card is banished, you can banish one fish monster from your grave, add this card to your hand. You see the issue that I have with this card? Does not.
But isn't the part of the effect, the important part of the effect, that you banish 2 fishes, and the effect of the fishes when they are banished is that well, I mean, you're activating the effects of your monsters, right?
Not special summon itself from banishment. It doesn't even have an effect to do so. You can recur it from banishment, and this card can like enable you to get more fish into banishment if they're in grave. But I don't know that that makes it worth playing. I don't think that this is a very good card, and if it were up to me, I would probably omit it from lists, but what do I know? The final main deck monster in this entire archetype is Enoch, Sentry of the Goatee. This is the evolved form of Paces, and is a level 6 water fish with 2100 attack, 0 defense, and the effect. If this card is normal or special summoned, you can target one of your banished level 4 or lower fish monsters, special summon it in defense position, but negate its effects. You can banish one fish monster from your hand, face up field, add one Goatee trap from your deck to your hand.
Get bodies.
Another way to interact with the traps. This card does not have a special summon condition and does not have a way to fetch itself from the banish zone. The ability to special summon a level 4 or lower fish from banishment isn't even that good, considering that most of them just do that themselves.
Yeah, but that's an extra one, right? Is that how it works? You get like a level 4, right? This is a level 6. So you get a level 10 synchro?
And finally, the true value of this card will be dependent on the value of the traps.
You know, it's a
But
Bible
okay.
reference?
Alright, that's it for the main deck monsters. A lot of good and then a little mid. None of the cards are particularly bad. I think that Ixip or Snopios probably would take that title, but a lot of good to be found there. Just a big monster mash pile of a deck. We move on to Orion Post, Serpent of the Godi. This is a level 6 Waterfish Synchro monster with 2100 attack and 0 defense, and requires 1 tuner plus 1 or more non-tuner monster. So you can make it with like 3.
A 6 that gets a 4, that's a free Baron the Flunder right there. I mean, aren't they locked into fishes? No, they are not locked into fishes. The quick effect makes them only fishes, but it's still a tuner, right? You can still make Baron the Fleur.
3 2s or a 2 and a 4. And has the effect, if this card is synchro summoned, you can banish 1 level 6 or lower fish monster from your deck. If this card is sent to the grave as synchro material, you can target 1 fish monster in your grave, banish that target, then you can add 1 fish monster with an equal or lower level from your deck. Are you reading this? Are you guys seeing this? This is nuts, dude.
Is it? If this card is synchro summon, okay, let me. If this card is synchro summon, you can banish 1 level 6 or lower fish monster from your deck. If this card is sent to the wait, you can banish something. Cool, you activate the effect. If this card is sent to the graveyard as a synchro material, you can target 1 fish monster in your graveyard, banish that target, then you can add 1 fish monster with equal or lower level from your deck to your hand. Yeah, it's an extender, right? That's what extender is, right? Only on the opponent turn, no lock otherwise. Oh, I see. The only issue with Godi is when you break with a hand that doesn't send anything to the graveyard. Well, every deck can break, right? It's not hard to send fishes to the gym. To the graveyard though. A handful of spellcaster search and draw sent to the graveyard. It doesn't say that it can target itself. Oh, well, you can target 1 fish monster in your graveyard. Then you can add 1 fish monster with equal level. Interesting.
Banishes from deck, which like that does everything because half your damn monsters special summon from banish. And then if you quick sync using this guy as material, you get to banish another fish, which you want, and then add a fish, not a Godi, not a Godi. I understand that like Godi are the only good fish archetype. I actually don't know that. If I'm wrong, then don't crucify me. But like that's nuts, right? That's like complete generic searching. Absolutely ridiculous. The card artwork is the most badass thing that I have seen in this archetype so far. Look at this guy, dude. He's got like the massive tentacles coming out of his mouth and he's freaking huge.
Look at those tongues. What those tongues do.
This was the first card that made me realize that these guys are not underwater. They're like in space, which is crazy, dude, because this guy's probably like the size of a damn planet. Absolutely nuts. Really starting off strong with the synchro monsters. And it's a level 6, which means that you can like go into 8s or 10s or like all that stuff super easily. Our next synchro monster is a little less good. This is Guaglim, Spear of the Godi. This is a level 8 waterfish synchro that requires a fish tuner, so we are no longer in generic land, and 1+ non-tuner monster, has 2700 attack and the effect. At the start of the damage step, if this card battles an opponent's monster, you can banish that opponent's monster. During your opponent's standby phase, you can banish this card. Then, if all the monsters used as material for this card's synchro are in your grave, you can special summon all of them but banish them when they leave the field. What the hell is the purpose of this? Why give this thing 2700 attack if it's going to banish the opponent's monster? It doesn't even like banish itself. It's a big monster that just doesn't even utilize the attack. The ability to tag out for all the materials used to make it are ridiculous because you could have just summoned a better synchro monster the first time. It's like he's apologizing for not being that good and being like, here, all the monsters come back and make something better than me. He doesn't even have the decency to return to the extra deck. He just like goes to banish, which he can't even special summon himself from, so you have to use another monster in order to get him back from the banishment, which I would not recommend doing. The only thing I will say about this guy is that his card artwork is freaking insane. This is like a cosmic horror monstrosity, and I wish that he was as good as his card artwork makes him look. We then move to the other level 8 synchro, Ascan, the bicorned goatee. This thing is freaking cool. This is a level 8 waterfish synchro that requires 1 tuner and then 1 plus non-tuner monster. Why is this thing generic? Why doesn't this require a fish tuner? So weird. I just don't get where that was coming from. This monster has 2700 attack as well and has the effect: if this card is synchro summoned, you can target a fish you control, can be itself, and 1 card your opponent controls, banish them. If this card is banished, you can banish a fish from your grave to special summon this card. Look at that. That's how you freaking do it. Special itself, banish a card, and then get rid of something on your opponent's field. Remember, you're quick synchroing these on your opponent's turn, so this is interruption. This isn't as slow as it seems. These effects aren't quick effects, but the effects that summon them are quick effects. And then if you do choose to banish itself, you just banish another fish from grave in order to bring the freaking thing back. Absolutely nuts. It's a level 8, which means it's big enough to make the next thing we'll talk about. This card is crazy. The card artwork is pretty nuts. I kind of wish that it dealt piercing battle damage because, I mean, look at those horns. But it's okay. You can't have everything in a card. Or can you? Moving on to Goatee of the Deep Beyond. This is just the final boss from Elden Ring. I beat that game when—
This is the final boss from Elden Ring? Interesting. No, I think this looks really hype. I think this is what a boss monster is supposed to look like. I think this is one of the coolest cards. A fish arc that you can have. Yeah.
It came out. This is just the blue Elden Ring guy. Absolutely monstrous. This is a level 10 waterfish synchro monster that requires 1 plus fish tuners and then 1 plus non-tuner monster, has question mark attack and 0 defense, and the effect: the original attack of this card becomes 500 times the number of banished monsters. If this card was synchro summoned during your opponent's turn, you can banish all cards on the field. During the standby phase of the next turn after this card was banished from the monster zone, you can special summon this banished card. Absolute tactical nuclear bomb.
Yeah.
You just drop this guy after your opponent's built a board. You've already like removed part of their board anyway because you've been going into like Ascan and stuff like that, and you've been quick synchroing. Then finally, once they've got like not much left, you just drop this guy, bomb their entire board. Oh, and by the way, it's freaking gonna be like 5k. I actually don't know that, but all the people in my chat said that this thing actually gets pretty big regularly.
Yeah.
And then you just like swing for game. This guy is nuts. It's recursive. It just keeps coming back. I love this as a boss monster. No protection, by the way. Dies to fissure. What's our channel motto? Dies to fissure. And this guy dies to fissure. But it's still cool no matter what. It doesn't even matter. You fissure it, it goes to grave, and then you can just like banish it off of Zep in order to special summon it back from the— oh wait, no, is that not true? No, because it has to be banished from the monster zone. Okay, well, yeah. Just fissure Goatee of the Deep Beyond. You'll be fine. That's it for the monsters. Absolutely.
Also recognize that one that will scramble to pesca, like pescatarian. The rest of the languages I know nothing of, like Swedish. Yeah, no, I also don't know. I was like, oh, Spanish, I know that, and it's like, oh yeah, Japanese, yeah, I know some words, and then I was like, okay, I'm done. I don't know anything else. Basically, it is how Elden Ring boss looks. Yeah, I can see it. I'd never seen it before, but that doesn't surprise me. Not gonna lie, I almost always like it when they make Yu-Gi-Oh card names anagrams, especially when it makes sense. The anagrams name sounds neat. Yeah, like the Dragon Mates, right? Not once per turn, by the way. You can do 2 of him. I've never seen that, but I guess it's true. Goatee of the Deep Beyond is Grand Mayu on steroids. Yeah, I mean it's harder to summon, but yeah. The Dragon Mates are named like that. Pretty hit and miss though. Like Chamber wouldn't be better than Zemba. Yeah, I agree. It should be Karemba. I hope that's I hope that's not a weird word. It's possible with the right cards. Yeah, of course.
Absolutely crazy. What a strong list. Probably not as consistent as like Memento. I think the Memento monsters were probably better as a group, and the Iron Chain monsters were pretty damn good too. But as far as a collection of monsters go, super impressive. Super impressive. All right, moving on to the spell. We are going to move on to the most distant, deepest depths. This is a field spell.
Dude, this looks, honestly, this card, the most distant, deepest depths, sounds so cool. It looks really cool. This looks like a like a final boss card, you know? I really like it. I like the idea of it. I don't know if the effect is good, but the name and art.
Now, before I get into it, I have to be honest with you guys. I thought this was the best card in the damn deck. My chat informed me that actually this is terrible. Let's see if you guys can smooth it out a little bit. This is a field spell that says, while you control a fish synchro monster, this card cannot be destroyed or banished by card effects. Crazy good protection, right up there with like Toon Kingdom. You can only use each of the following effects of this card once per turn. You can banish one fish monster from your hand or grave, add one goatee monster from your deck to your hand. If a fish monster is normal or special summoned to your field while this card is in your grave, except during the damage step, you can target one fish monster you control, banish it, and if you do, add this card to your hand. Why is this not insane? How is this not crazy? It's like impossible to get rid of, and it just searches you all the time. You banish a fish from hand or grave in order to add any goatee that you want. Like, every deck would kill for this consistency tool.
Yeah, why is this not good? Hello, Young Maker, welcome, welcome. Why is this not good? It's a searcher, it has protection, and it banish one of your fishes. That's what you want. You want your fishes to be banished, right? It has like two effects. It's like this is a +2, no, right? Is that how it works?
I understand that it itself isn't searchable, but like, who cares, dude? Play like Planet Pathfinder or something like that. You're not using your damn normal summon anyway. This card is crazy. I doth declare I'm the one with the YouTube channel. Most distant deep depths is goated. Play 3. That's it for the spells.
Yeah, play 3 of this.
And it's a banger. Moving on to the traps, we have Goatee Fury. This card is super sick. Look at the guys fighting. It's like a kaiju battle.
Yeah.
Nice. It is a continuous trap that says you can target one fish monster you control and one monster your opponent controls. Banish both monsters until your next standby phase. If a fish monster is special summoned to your field while any card is banished, you can banish this card from your grave or face-up spell trap zone. All fish monsters you currently control gain 100 attack for each currently banished card until the end of the turn. Yeah, I mean, it's just like fine, right? Like, it's not the most effective way to banish an opponent's monster. You've got a ton of good monster ways to do that. And then if you special summon any fish, so that can be from banishment or just by synchro summoning, you can banish this card in order to like make it big. It's fine. The monsters still don't have protection, so they can be gotten rid of by non-battle ways. I don't think that this card is very good at all. But remember, all of these cards are searchable, so maybe that changes things.
Well, this one is searchable. Yeah, you can play other cards to search it, but like that kind of messes like with the consistency too. I don't know. Goatee support to search the field spell when Kumoni. I feel like if that actually exists, if they actually make a like a way to search this in archetype, it will be huge. It will be huge.
The next trap card is Goatee Cosmos. I think that's of the Deep Beyond in the background. Super sick. This is a normal trap with the effect. Apply these effects in sequence based on the number of banished fish monsters. So you gotta have a lot of investment for this card to work. 1+, your fish monsters cannot be destroyed by battle this turn. Terrible. 4+, the activation and effects of fish monsters effects activated on your field cannot be negated this turn. Kind of mid, because half of their effects aren't activating on the field. They're like activating in the banish zone. So you kind of would want it to be like a more broad negation protection, but I understand people hate Miscellaneousaurus. 8+, special summon one fish synchro monster from your extra deck. This is treated as a synchro summon. That
what?
is absolutely terrible. If you have 8 banished fish monsters, you don't need to cheat out a fish synchro monster from the extra deck. You are going to make every fish synchro monster in the game with 8 freaking monsters. Are you kidding me? I don't think.
Well, it's a trap card, that's the thing, right?
This is worth it. You draw it going first, it's useless, it doesn't help you get your plays started, it requires you to have a bunch of plays in effect already for it to be any good, so I don't think it's any good. The final card in the Goatee archetype is Goatee Chain. This Neon Genesis Evangelion looking card artwork is a normal trap that says banish one face-up fish monster you control, special summon one of your Goatee monsters that is banished or in your hand, deck, or grave with a different original name from the monster banished to activate this card, but banish it when it leaves the field. I gotta be 100% honest with you guys, I thought that this card was terrible the first time that I read it. If I was doing this for the first time right now, I would be dogging this card so hard, but everyone says this is the best freaking card in the deck. The only trap worth running, and I can see why.
Really?
The ability to special summon from deck is obviously ridiculous, and the banish cost is not really a cost. That's what you want to do. You can chain it in response to like fissure so that your monster doesn't get destroyed and instead is banished where you want it, and banishing the monster when it leaves the field is fine. You can just use it as synchro material, and then instead of having to like finagle around in the grave with it, you get it back right away to do the things you want to do with it. So what are my thoughts on the deck?
Wait, but that's a trap. It's a trap. It's so slow. It's not turn 0. It requires setup. How is that good? I will actually use it if we had a search card for the field spell, of course. Sadly, all Gori traps are not really that good. Even if Gori Chain was good, it's not enough. Yeah, that's the thing, that they are so slow. If those were spells, I will be like, oh yeah, these are really good. But they are traps, so I don't know.
It's incredibly complicated. Having to manage all of the effects in the banish zone, keep track of what is where and what's already been activated, it's no small task. I think that the deck lacks powerful plays on the first turn, which means that going second, the game doesn't really begin for you until turn 3, which is a tall order, especially nowadays. Give the deck a quick play spell that banishes a monster from deck for cost and activates the field spell from deck. I just want to see what it would do. Not that the field spell needs any help. It's damn good. Thank you all for watching. Remember to like, comment, subscribe if you enjoyed the content, become a member if you enjoy my channel, and remember to wash behind your ears.
The hell? What? Alright, I'm subscribing. That was really good. Tell me, chat. I want everyone in the comments to tell me, how do we fix this archetype? How do we make it good? Because
I think that Ixib or
right now it's like it's alright. It's alright. I want to know how to make it good though. I think I like it. I guess it sounds cool in theory. I like the art style, right? The art, that the theme of it is really cool, really awesome. But it's so convoluted that I don't know. I will play it just because I really like the Deep Beyond. I feel like Deep Beyond is such a cool card. But I don't know if I want to play. I want to do the whole bullshit in order to get there. I feel like it doesn't need much. More good spells will be a good start. Yeah, more. I don't know. I actually don't know. I will have to play it myself in order to actually do it. We don't fix it. I don't want to see that deck more often. Well, true. Also, the Gori deck is so cheap, super cheap. Well, yeah, but that is not gonna make me play it. You'll be sure to give that like button a good kick in the nuts. Yeah, of course. I really liked it. But yeah, thank you for sharing this video. Now I know more about the archetype. I still don't I don't know what to feel about it. It's alright. It just seems like annoying sometimes because it just activates so many things. And I haven't like, I'm not gonna remember all of these effects, but I understand it better at least. So yeah. Yeah. Interesting. Very awesome. Very awesome. Ooh, my stream died at some point. Interesting. That's so weird. I hope that didn't mess up the recording. But yeah, that's how it is. Anyways, let's go for the next video. Once per turn, quick effect, banish one necrophase from the hand or deck. Do something. To kill Gori, feel you just have to negate the tuner monsters. Yeah. Top 10 Yu-Gi-Oh! Villain overkill moments. Let's watch.
When a big villain debuts, they like to show why they are a force to be feared. This is done to make not only our main characters realize, oh wow, this guy is gonna be tough to beat, but it also makes us at home think, how is the main character supposed to beat that? So then the question becomes, well, how do you show someone is insanely strong in the Yu-Gi-Oh franchise? Why? You just have them absolutely obliterate someone.
You know, the first thing that I think about like obliterating someone is Sartorius in GX. I know I'm a GX I'm a GX fanboy, but I think about Sartorius and the turn 0 like OTK. I to me that's the one. That's the first one that I think about, and it's probably gonna be here. But Sartorius like that, that was awesome. Yeah.
Feat can be done in several ways. Winning a duel in a single turn, beating multiple opponents at once, beating a previous big bad villain, or just generally going a bit too far in a duel. Today, I want to look at 10 times the villains in the Yu-Gi-Oh series went for that overkill. Let's start first with...
Number 10. Oh. Wait. Are we counting Kaiba as a villain? Interesting. I mean, it's gonna be the Obelisk, right? The first time that Obelisk is summoned?
To kick things off, this is the only time I'm going to be loose with the term villain. That is because I'm using Kaiba for this one. Now, Kaiba isn't a villain. He hasn't been a villain since like the first episode of the Yu-Gi-Oh series. Kaiba is antagonistic to our main character. He has his own goals and desires, and if they are in the way of Yugi achieving that, then he will get in the way of it. So
yeah, he's an antagonist, definitely, but I wouldn't call him a villain.
I think we can let this one slide just for this one, and that's why I put it so low on the list. But it is a huge overkill moment for Kaiba. This is because during Battle City, Kaiba has just been given Obelisk the Tormentor. One of the...
Okay, you wanna say, oh, only villains pick on grandpas? Yeah, but that was literally the first episode, right? We're already in this arc. He's not a villain in this arc anymore. I don't know.
3 Egyptian god cards, which are the most powerful cards in the world. Naturally, Kaiba is foaming at the mouth, dying to test this bad boy out on someone in a duel. Now, you'd think if you're a really, really good duelist, one of the best in the world, and you've just been given one of the best cards in the entire world, you'd want to fight someone like Yugi, or seek out Marek, or go against one of the former top performing duelists from Duelist Kingdom that are in your...
Yeah, let's just kill what is Weevil? Yeah. He wasn't top performing, but he was top performing before.
Battle City tournaments. Kaiba decides no. Instead, I'm gonna duel this random hoodlum in a dingy alleyway. Now, the power difference between these two characters would already be enough to say Kaiba's going a bit over the top with this one, but he doesn't stop there.
Okay, hold on. Season 0 doesn't count, okay? Season 0 doesn't count. I feel like it's like ambiguous. It's not really canon.
Tells the dude to make the most powerful deck he can with all of these rare cards he's brought for him in a briefcase. Now, unfortunately, we don't get to see the duel, but from the before level of confidence this guy had, cut to Obelisk the Tormentor being summoned, hard cut to that guy absolutely bricking his pants, it's safe to say the power of an Egyptian god card was way too much for him. He did not need to go that far. And what does Kaiba do? He just walks away calmly. Oof. Nice.
Alright. Just killed a random dude. Kaiba isn't a villain, he's more like an anti-hero. He helps when he wants to and rarely cares about anything else. Yeah, he becomes like an anti-hero after this, but he was definitely an antagonist in here. And yeah, I said canon for the anime. We're talking about the anime, right? I know it's canon in the manga. I know. It's always like different. But yeah. Number 9. I don't know this. Yeah, I don't know anything about this.
This duel is an interesting one. Spoilers! Ai, the companion to the main character, actually becomes the villain towards the end of the series.
What?
He challenges a character called Queen to avenge one of his AI friends that was destroyed under her orders. Now, Queen puts out a board of Allure Queen monsters. Her main monster having 5,000 attack points and must be attacked on Ai's turn, along with her 2 back row cards which are boosting her monster's attack while also protecting it. This could be a tough board to beat over. However, Ai declares it's gonna be super easy, barely an inconvenience. And, well, he proves that it was. Using his At Ignista deck, he builds a board consisting of his Dark Templar Link, followed by his Synchro and Xyz At Ignistas. He uses their effects to wipe her back row, then destroy her monsters, leaving her wide open for a triple attack for game. However, here are where things get spicy. Queen cheats. Refusing to lose, she activates her skill, which I want to just remind you are only allowed to be done during speed duels. This is a master duel, so you're not supposed to do them, but Ai's like, all right then, go.
There is no way you can just do that. You can just cheat and the other guy is like, yeah, no, actually cheat. Let's see where it goes.
For it. Through her skill Honey Trap, she regains all the life points she lost and then sets a powerful trap from her deck face down. Now what happens if Ai declares an attack with his remaining monsters, they'll all get shuffled back into his deck, wiping his entire field. So unfortunately he's gonna have to end his turn there, or maybe not. Ai summons his Lingaribo in his grave. He then proceeds to attack. Due to Lingaribo, it has the effect to negate a trap. And so, with yet again another open field, Ai attacks her directly with his 2 final attacks, winning the duel on his first turn and in a single turn. As the duel ends, he does reiterate that he did say the duel would be easy.
Okay, I don't know about that one, but sure, number 8. That's Bakura's voice in Japanese? Interesting. Did they die?
Just before the Battle City Finals took place, Bones is out there in a graveyard with his 2 companions spooking duelists into relinquishing their duel discs and their locator cards. Now in comes Yami Bakura, already a spooky fellow himself. He's not disturbed by this at all. In fact, he even asserts his dominance by not only defeating the Muscle in hand-to-hand, but he also goes on to clap Bones in a duel. Now, the duel at first seems quite fair, like a good back and forth. However, we do get revealed on Bakura's last draw, he's disappointed he drew the game-winning card so early, as he wanted to punish Bones even further. Following this, the overkill happens.
Oh no, I draw the good cards that I put in my deck. Oh no, this is gonna be so easy. Oh no.
Bakura, more than capable of just taking the locator cards and being on his merry way, instead invokes the punishment of the shadow game he set up. Bones is such a non-threat character, like you don't have to go so far for Bones. But Bakura decides to have all 3 of them dragged down into the pits of hell by literal spooky ghosts to suffer for all eternity in a world of burning flames. This fate is confirmed by the fact that Bones is never seen again throughout the rest of the series. Talk about ghoulish overkill.
Sure. Bakura is like Goku voiced by a very handsome man, while Japan, they're voiced by a very talented woman. Interesting. I wouldn't have made any comparison, but it makes sense. Yeah, Bakura's English voice, while corny. Yeah, Bakura's supposed to be British, right? Yeah. Why did they do that in the dub? There was no need to do that. When I draw the card, I put in my deck. Yeah, exactly. Number 7. What is it, 5Ds?
Now this one's a little bit different. We've talked about OTKs, sending people to hell. How about the main villain of the Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D series being beaten easily by the true new main villain of the Yu-Gi-Oh! 5D series? Zone. The duel between Zone and the previous villain, Aporia, only lasts 7 turns. Which, if you compare it to Yusei's duel against Aporia, that duel took 23 turns.
Jesus,
While the Jack,
what?
Leo and Luna duel, which keep in mind was a 3-on-1 situation, that still took a whopping 12 turns. So when I say the fact that Zone was able to not only take on Aporia one-on-one, defeat him in under a third of the time the main character could, and also do it solo, that's a pretty good way to establish this new villain is pretty scary. And using his godlike cards from the 5D's world, the Time Lords, which granted him a win through an effect that burned the remainder of Aporia's life points just for drawing a card, it's easy to see how hyped up Zone was. And
This is from the undubbed season of 5Ds. Yeah, the 4th season, I guess. Yeah, I need to watch that. From the season of 5Ds that doesn't have a dub. Bakura is such a great bad guy. I guess those are the Time Lords. Yeah, 23 turns, crazy. Yeah, I don't know. We should need to get an average of like how many turns are in every duel. I don't think about it when I'm watching Yu-Gi-Oh! When it felt so bad for Aporia here, he basically stumbled into like 3 hand traps. No, that's... Oh god.
And on top of it all, Aporia is killed after this duel.
Really?
So pretty dark, pretty overkill, especially since it was his friend, but not really his friend. It was a copy of his friend, so he doesn't really see him as a friend, but still, kind of insane, really.
Number 6. Ah, yeah. Using the... Using a structure deck and reading the cards in front of you during the duel. Oh.
Now, during my top 10 overkill moments, I talked about the Yuri versus the 5 random fodder enemies, where he's like, I'll take on all 5 of you simultaneously, and then wipes them all out in a single turn with a single monster and just obliterates them. That is a huge overkill flex by a villain of the series. So it's a shame that I can't include that one here, but it doesn't really matter because he's got another overkill moment. During his duel against one of the best duelists from his home dimension and a familiar face to GX fans, Alexis Rhodes, Yuri, wanting to prove his superiority, decides to handicap himself by choosing to duel without his deck. Instead, he says he will win, and I'm not making this up, with structure deck Ancient Gear. Basically,
this is honestly, that's such BM, dude. I love that. That's crazy. That's crazy.
The deck all the fodder minion characters use throughout the show.
ちょっと待ってね。ちょっと本当に知らないデッキなの？なるほど。
However, throughout the duel, despite playing a in-universe fun-tier deck compared to Alexis's in-universe meta Cyber Angel deck, he is doing quite well to hold his own. However, it is revealed that Yuri did add 1 additional card to his deck. Yet again, something else GX fans might be familiar with.
Oh,
the ultimate
that's me.
fusion card, Super Polymerization. He activates it to fuse his monster with Alexis's. Alexis is unable to respond because Super Polymerization cannot be responded to in any way, shape, or form. And so, with this, he makes his ultimate Ancient Gear Golem, attacks Alexis's monster, dealing piercing battle damage, and winning the duel. All without needing to unsheath his actual deck. He won with a minion deck. That's insane.
A minion deck. That's such a crazy way to put it, but it's true. Though, honestly, that feels like the kind of things that you do like with your friends, right? When you're teaching your friend how to play Yu-Gi-Oh, and you just get like a random structure deck, and it's like, no, I'm not gonna like pendulum. I'm not gonna link. So I'm just gonna get this structure deck that I have here. Yeah. Let me just get my thing. Don't worry, it doesn't have hand traps. He was just humiliating. This was just humiliation ritual for Alexis for no reason. Yeah, there was definitely no reason to do that. Number 5. I should shut up. Who is this guy? Is that Pegasus? I'm sorry.
It's the Grand Championship arc. Kaiba is hosting a tournament where the winner gets to duel against Yugi for a shot at his King of Games title. The villain of this arc is the corporate rival to Kaiba, Siegfried von Schroeder. Now his plans is to enter this tournament and sabotage Kaiba Corp, but to do that he needs to get as far as possible into the tournament, preferably the finals. The first opponent that he goes
What the hell is this?
against are Rex and Weevil in disguise.
Oh my god. Dude, oh my god. You know, I remember this arc for having like really bad animation. That's what I remember. That was a running gag of the average episode uploaded today. So yeah, I saw it on Twitter. When Kaiba also says like, wait, you summoned 3 monsters in one turn? Yeah. You can't fool me, Pegasus. That's so funny.
Once found out they're not allowed to be in the tournament, Mokuba attempts to disqualify them, but Siegfried says no. He says he'll duel them anyway. In fact, he'll duel them together. Now, while I'm not saying Rex and Weevil are anything special in terms of their win record or anything like that, they are technically the first and second regional champions of Japan, so that's something. They should put up more of a fight than what we're about to see. However, what happened?
People don't talk about how they were supposed to be really good players. Duelists, right? At the start.
What happens is when the duel begins, Weevil pops off, immediately getting out his boss monster, Insect Queen. Rex does the same, summoning out his Black Tyranno. Siegfried, absolutely unfazed, decides to just win on his first turn. He plays his Ride of Valkyrie spell, summoning the 2 Valkyrie Ersts and Valkyrie Zvites in his hand. The Zvites destroy each of Rex and Weevil's monsters. The Ersts banish them from the graves and absorb their attack points. Siegfried then attacks with all 4 of his monsters and wins. Well, that was over quick, and if you're wondering how could Siegfried attack on his first turn if it's like a 3-way duel, technically it was a 1-on-1. It's just 2 people were dueling as one, since that was the rule. It's not actually like a tag duel or anything like that, so that's how that works. That's how he could attack on his first turn. Normally you have to go all the way around, but in this case it was fine. It was a flex. It was insane. Overkill.
That's what I don't like when there are duels like this. Like, I feel like the rules are not clear, but yeah. You can't fool me, Pegasus. Not once did I claim to be Pegasus. I cannot do a German accent, I'm not allowed. But yeah, Zero Kaiba's Shin is iconic in this arc, totally. They were washed so fast. Yeah, they become like joke characters so easily, which was kind of weird. Yeah, this was the point where the final season was unfortunately given that different studio on short notice. Oh, yeah. Siegfried's Valkyrie's deck is cool, not gonna lie. Actual FTK deck in the OG anime. Really? This will make sense under the rules of the video games that have 2v2. Yeah, it gets confusing totally. If we need to use rules from a video game, we know we're already desperate. Yeah, I'm not gonna do it anymore. Number 4. What? I thought this was 5Ds!
This one is an OTK. Life points on the brink and making a huge comeback in a single turn. And as well, attempted murder. During the Friendship Cup, Yuzu is put against this monstrosity. Throughout the duel, it becomes clear Sergei's deck and strategy is to self-inflict damage to himself to put him at a huge disadvantage for a devastating comeback. Unfortunately...
Shut up, there is no way. Arc 5 had a synchro arc where they turbo dueled? No way! What the hell? That's awesome. Jigs literally did that at one point. Will play by Tag Force rules. Oh my god.
It's a little bit more than that. Bro is, how do I put this lightly? A masochist?
Oh no.
He absolutely loves the pain he inflicts upon himself and from others. And unfortunately for Yuzu, despite putting up a great fight, on the final turn he gets out his boss monster, whose attack is the difference between his and Yuzu's life points. Meaning this duel and all of the life points he lost were all a part of his plan. He uses its effect to reduce
But where are these cards?
to 100 and attempts to attack and go for game. Yuzu has one hope left. If she can just grab an action card to possibly save her in this duel, she might get another
What do you mean action cards? I thought this was a turbo thing. What?
Turn. However, Sergei runs his duel runner right into hers, causing her to fail to grab the action card, fall off her bike, take lethal damage, lose the duel, and unfortunately be flung into the side of a building where her duel runner explodes, seemingly killing her. And
How
all
did you
Sergei
survive
has to
that?
say after this duel is done was, "That was beautiful." I would just like to remind everyone, this was the Friendship Cup.
Okay. To me right now, that was the number one. What the hell was that? What is this? How does it get worse than that? Jesus, crazy. This guy should play Dinomorphia. Yeah, no, I see it. This guy behaves like you expect from those cards. Hurt me more, yes. Yeah, I see it. Running into someone is a crime if it was intentional, right? Well, yeah, I think so.
Now, usually a duel consists of a minimum of 2 turns. Your opponent builds a board, and then you make a board, and you break down your opponent's board, and you, if you're really good, attack on that turn and win, or sometimes it goes a bit longer. Well, how about we skip that first part? What if the opponent just doesn't get a turn? During the Crashtown arc of Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds, we meet a duelist called Lawton. During his duel against a guy called Radley, he showcases an insane instant.
Wait. This card, is it the one that just? I mean, is it a retrain or is it the card that just got announced or something? I don't remember. But I feel like I just saw this card like being released, like a version of this card, in the OCG.
Win combo. Are you ready for the quickest duel analysis of all time? Well, here we go. The duel begins and Radley summons Gatling Ogre. He sets 5 spells and traps face down and then sends all 5 of them to the grave through Gatling Ogre's effect. Gatling Ogre's effect is for each spell or trap that he sends to the graveyard, he deals 800 damage. 800 times 5 is 4,000 life points. 4,000 life points take away 4,000 life points is 0. Radley wins the duel, all without
Alright, dude.
the opponents ever getting a chance to play a card.
Alright, dude. Whatever you say. Dom 1000 versus Mizar.
Now, Mizar in Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal is a really good duelist. He went toe-to-toe with Kite Tenjo to his very last breath, and ultimately turns a new leaf because of Kite, revolting against Don 1000, the main villain of Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal. However, despite being insanely good, he's about to get insanely clapped, without Don 1000 even needing to play a single card on his first turn.
Excuse me?
Don 1000 goes first in the duel. He then immediately ends his turn by playing nothing. Mizar's turn, Don 1000
Oh, that can only mean 2 things. He baked or he's just that good. He's that guy.
activates Numeron Network from his hand on the opponent's turn, thanks to its effects. Mizar does all of his plays and gets out a board which he hopes to tribute all of his dragon monsters on the field in order to inflict damage to both his opponent and himself equal to the tributed monster's attack, essentially ending the duel in a draw. While sacrificing himself, very noble, he will rid the world of Don 1000 for good. That's not what happens though. Don 1000, having none of this, activates one of the effects of his field spell. He plays Numeron Spell Revision, which turns the effect of an opponent's spell into a different spell from their deck of Don 1000's choice. He chooses Mizar's Card of the Dragon King. Now, instead of tributing his field and dealing damage, this card tributes his field and lets him draw a card for each one. Unfortunately, only Mizar will take damage equal to the combined tributed monster's attack. Mizar loses the duel, technically by his own card, without the opponent needing to summon a single monster. It's actually crazy to think that Yuma and Shark go on to duel Don 1000 and win, because that is an insane play.
Wait, what? What does he play? Numerons? Is that it? Dude, what is number 1? I'm gonna be mad if Sartorius is not included in this. It has to be Sartorius, right? Because otherwise, I don't know if Sartorius will be the number 1. Like, it's better than those, but why is Sartorius not on the list? It has to be. It has to be. It is! Okay,
And
well...
here we are already at the #1 spot, and I'm giving it to Sartorius versus Prince Ojin. I'm using the term duel very sparingly here because this wasn't really a duel. For you see, in this duel, Sartorius was able to perform a 0-turn kill. Essentially where you win without even needing to have a turn.
ワンターンキル。いや、最後のターンはまだ来ていない。これはまさにゼロターンキル。
What happened?
Thank you, Bastion. Thank you.
Prince
Oh,
Ojin
God.
goes first. He summons out his satellite cannon. He then boosts its attack to 2000 through his charge spell. He then plays Mischief of the Time Goddess, which lets him skip Sartorius' turn and then move straight into his battle phase of his own next turn. So Sartorius never got a chance to play. That seems really broken. So, sorry, was it Prince Ojin that automatically won the duel without getting a turn? No, Sartorius is about to win the duel. Ojin attacks. As he does, he plays limiter removal to double
Jesus.
Satellite Cannon's attack to 4000. If this attack is successful, he wins. Sartorius, however, activates the effect of his Arcana Force Temperance in his hand to negate any battle damage he would take from an attack. Following this, since Ojin was unable to win, he summons his Satellite Base. Unfortunately,
Big
due
mistake.
to this, Sartorius can now activate his Intervention of Fate. This lets him activate a normal spell in his hand, despite it being the opponent's turn, as long as they summoned a monster. He activates Ace of Sword. This card, depending on a coin flip result, will cause either Sartorius or Ojin to take damage equal to Satellite Cannon's attack. The result lands right side up.
Isn't it so funny that it's literally just a coin flip? Like, the coin flip decides who wins or who loses. So, such a funny card, right?
Meaning Ojin takes 4000 damage. He loses the duel without Sartorius even needing to have a turn. It turns out you can't defy your destiny of getting OTK'd by the main villain of a arc.
確かに占いでもこのデュエルは私のターンを迎えずに終わると出ています。
And with that, that's my top 10 villain overkill moments. Want to watch the original overkill moments video? Well, you can watch that one right here. Or if you'd rather watch, oh my god, what is that? Oh! It's the subscribe button, not subscribe to. Oh man. Oh dear.
That was so scary.
Thanks for watching. Bye everyone.
That was so scary,
What was
right?
the-
Oh my god.
このデュエルは私のターンを迎えずに
Hey! Well, it wasn't subscribed to me, but I appreciate it. Thank you. Thank you for the sub. Shabby? Thank you. Arcana Force has such a strong 50-50 card effects. Yeah, that's what, like, in the anime, it's like, it's just overpowered cards, honestly. It's like rarely that you get the bad effects in the anime. But it's so funny when it works, when you actually play it. Like we had a duel about it, right? Like in Master Duel, in our duel room, viewer duel rooms, that someone failed all the coin flips and I ended up with the world in my field. That was so funny. That was so funny. Yeah, I don't remember, but yeah, it was such a funny match because it missed all the. It was you. It was you. Oh my god, dude. That was so funny. What a funny match. I will never forget that. Anyways, well, I'm glad I called the Sartorius one because this is insane. I was a little scared that it wasn't gonna be on the video. I still don't think it was, but I guess if you put it like that, frame it like that, it looks like a number one. Yeah. So yeah, thank you everyone. Let me know which one was your favorite in the comments. Let me know about your favorite in the comments. Yeah. Or if there is one missing, please let me know about that too. Yeah. Okay, bye. Sorry, okay, that was a video. You lucky. Let me send the, wait, hold on. Don Thousand in the anime had Numeron revision cards that basically changed the effect if he didn't have any monster in his field. Like the spell trap revision literally changes the card and monster revision changes the monsters. The hell? That was so funny. Yeah, wow. Okay, well, what is the next video we're gonna watch in a bit? Let's go for something There is no TS anime. Let's go for this one. Penguin. Penguin. I'm curious about the penguin cards. I kind of want to see this. And then after this, we're gonna go into... What is this? Was Ruri and Serena about to defeat Yuya dash Yuto? Yeah, we're gonna watch this after. But first we're gonna see the penguins. Penguins, I wanna build a deck, but I still need the UR from Legacy Packs. Oof. I've seen a lot of talk about penguins when K9 came out. I seen like K9 penguins, so I might build that, maybe, I don't know, we'll see. Yeah, so Rada, is it Rada? Rat. Is that God explaining Yu-Gi-Oh cards? Yeah, I like his videos. I've seen a few of them. I think I watched the Jinso, right? Was it the Jinso and then another one? I don't remember which one. But yeah, wanted you to see this one speak. Yes, this was recommended in the Discord, definitely. So yeah. Let's wait a few minutes and then we start with this. How you doing, chat? How's life? Dr. fucking Frankenderp. The card design team gets shit sometimes, but I love that they let archetypes like this exist. Is this an archetype or I'm curious about this. I'm curious about this. Okay. Archetype, penguin. I'm really curious about this because I don't know exactly what the penguins are, if they're like an actual archetype or they just happen to have a lot of like cards that are named penguin. I don't know. I've seen like a few decks that include these cards, so I'm really curious, especially about the K9 penguin, but I need to know what the penguin actually do first. So yeah, let's watch.
Penga, Penguin Jenga. How many penguins can you save from the Royal Tyrant? My god, it's the ice barrier. Done.
This is not what I wanted. This is not Yu-Gi-Oh!
Tuple the Snoozing Royal, drag a penguin plus drop it into the sea equals fun. Any penguin. Alright then, you're going first. Too much waiting, let's get on with it. Then's your brother. It should be done by lunch next week. Alright, let's step it up a little. I think I got it. What if we simply start from the top and make our way down? Gently.
There's no way you can cheese the game like this, right?
Suspect a thing. Oh god, the mouse wheel is my worst enemy. Alright guys, I need you all to act perfectly normal.
Uh-oh.
God.
Okay, well.
We're all gonna die. Well, if you can't do it from the top, start from the bottom.
No way.
Little penguin? That's it! I've done it! I'm Penguins de Lafayette! Out of all the animals that came from...
What the hell was that? What did I just watch? Holy. Life is okay, just been sick. I'm sick of these penguins.
The printer of creation running low on color, you'd be hard-pressed to find a
That's so
sillier
cute,
one than
dude.
the southern hemisphere residing penguin. They're birds that only fly underwater, they poop every 20
Okay, like already random thing, but like the penguin videos like this are so funny. It's like one of my favorite things. I love like the penguins falling like that. I hope they are okay. I assume they are okay. They know how to swim and they are not about to die or something. But I always see like videos of like penguins running like that, and I don't know. So yeah.
minutes, and they treat pebbles as $10,000 engagement rings. Certain species are also known to have a knife or a gun. Yu-Gi-Oh's penguins are one of those primordial archetypes that are roughly as old as the game itself, but much like many of those, they hadn't really been fleshed out into a distinct playstyle until way later. As an absolutely ancient group of cards with effects that have shown a fun evolution over time, they're some of my favorite things to look back to and see how
the animation is
As
crazy.
you'd expect from an archetype older than most actual penguins, we start off with two normal monsters. The level 3 Bolt Penguin, a water thunder type with 1100 attack and 800 defense, and Flying Penguin, a level 4 Aqua.
That's what I'm saying. This is not an archetype. They just happen to be different penguins. Different cards with the that happen to be penguins, right? Why is this thunder? What the hell? Bolt Penguin? Interesting.
with 1200 attack and 1000 defense. This one paralyzes its enemies with electric shocks, but this one can fly. So as we can infer from their stats, natural selection wins again, baby. These are very basic normal monsters, and not ones that the rest of the archetype is built around. They're acceptable targets for vanilla fetching stuff such as Rescue Rabbit, Painful Decision, or Unexpected Die, but hardly necessary in the deck. If you do decide on one, it should ideally be Bolt Penguin due to your synchro plays, but it also might make a bricky deck even less consistent. I guess Flying Penguin is fine too if you wanna flex your McDonald's promo cards from 70 years ago.
Oof.
And I don't get anything good out of my Burger King.
That's such a crazy thing to record. Can you imagine seeing someone recording this, like in a Burger King? You're just eating your meal. You're just out. You're in your 9 to 5 break, and then you just see someone recording this. Jesus.
I was wondering why it's so spicy.
Now for a much more recognizable card, Penguin Soldier. It's a level 2 monster with 750 attack and 500 defense, and the flip effect, you can target up to 2 monsters on the field, return those targets to the hand. Given that this was released before the first year of the game even ended, it's pretty impressive that it's still a perfectly solid effect. Multi-target bouncing is something you occasionally see even on modern boss monsters because it's a great way to clear out the field without triggering floating effects.
Though this one ironically seems really good by the time for the time. That's so interesting.
Sure, being a flip effect makes it pretty slow and archaic, but the deck has since gotten options to activate it much more proactively, even letting you bounce back Penguin Soldier itself to reuse it. Also, it's a level 2 Aqua, and by this point, I don't think I need to or want to explain what multiple of those mean. It's really cool that a playground staple like this is able to still put in decent work in a duel, even though its glory days are far behind it. Remember, it's never too late to start flipping out. So the next card is... It's a little weird. Penguin
no.
Knight is a level 3 with 900 attack and 800 defense, and when this card is sent directly from your deck to the graveyard by an effect of a card controlled by your opponent, unite your graveyard cards in your own deck, shuffle them, and form a new deck.
Excuse me? Sorry, what? When this card, like this like sentence, this effect keep getting like weirder and weirder. Like when this card is sent directly from your deck to the graveyard by an effect of a card controlled by your opponent. Like when is this gonna happen? When is this gonna happen? And then it goes to unite your graveyard cards and your own deck, shuffle them and form a new deck? Why is it worded like that? Why is it worded like that? What the hell? Notice the lack of once per turn. Side deck card against Needleworm strats. This was a real thing. This is definitely a very unique card.
Alright, first things first. The anniversary edition of Spell Ruler reprinting 20-year-old cards but not giving them a PSCT update is bizarre, but I appreciate it for leaving Penguin Knight as the only monster left in the game with the word unite in the effect. It's a really motivational statement if you think about it. Second, the effect only existed to combat mill strategies, specifically stuff like Needleworm. It's basically infinite recursion in case the opponent's entire win condition is decking you out, so while its usage is extremely niche, especially now when the rare mill strategy would much rather be banishing those cards instead of dumping them, it served its purpose back in the day. And
wait, is this good against elements? Because I was thinking about the time that this came out, right? But now I guess against milling effects, yeah, it makes sense. Interesting.
And finally, my favorite part, those last few words. As a connoisseur
Hi.
of extraneous garbage and old effect wording, I am in love with form a new deck.
What an odd thing to say.
It's just the implication that there's something you need to do after shuffling. Like, how new are we talking? Pull out the card box and assemble it from the spot? Maybe Ship of Theseus the current one? Or perhaps... Am I doing it right? Nightmare Pink.
Yeah, that's what I think. It's just shuffling into the deck, right? That, what do you mean? What do you mean? It only reloads your own deck, so no tier doesn't really mill you out anymore. Oh, I see, I see.
Penguin is a level 4 with 900 attack and 1800 defense, and the effect, all face-up water monsters you control gain 200 attack. When this card is flipped face-up, target one card...
Wait, sorry, I wasn't thinking about elements. I was thinking about Runic. Runic is the one that does that, right? The one that sends your... makes you mill your cards. Is that the one? I'm forgetting my cards. I'm forgetting my cards. Sorry about that. Was it? There is an archetype that makes you mill your cards. Yeah, whatever. You know what I mean. You know, forget about it. Forget about it. Let's just keep watching. Everything Rooney banishes some number of the top. Oh, they banish. They don't send to the graveyard. Okay, then ignore me. Ignore me. Ignore me. Ignore me. I didn't say anything.
It right? Nightmare Penguin is a level 4 with 900 attack and 1800 defense, and the effect, all face-up water monsters you control gain 200 attack. When this card is flipped face-up, target one card your opponent controls, return that target to the hand. For having such a distinctly goofy name and appearance, this is a pretty basic monster as far as 2004 attribute support goes.
It looks so cool though. It's the one from the anime.
A decent body to sudden defense, simple bouncing effect that also works on back row, although naturally less effective, and a small boost to your attack values. Unremarkable and not necessary to run nowadays, save for very specific extra deck plays due to its level. Personally, the most distinct memory I have of this card is my mom's coworker walking into the living room while I was watching the anime and going, "Did he just say fucking Nightmare Penguin? What's wrong with cartoons these days?" Around 7 years would pass before the archetype received any new members, which this time came in the form of their first real support card, the Great Emperor Penguin. It's a level 5 with 1800 attack and 1500 defense, and you contribute this card to a special summon up to 2 Penguin monsters from your deck, except the Great Emperor Penguin.
Honestly, this is the first card that seems like an archetype, that they actually playing with the penguin part. This is a level 5 though. You contribute this card to special summon up to 2 penguins. But it's a level 5.
The timing of this guy's release, along with the lack of ability to special summon the monsters face down, makes it very clear the intention was for it to be an Xyz enabler. Emperor was one of the first in that wave of cards that offered easy field setup for Xyz summoning, and the game was still slow enough that a tribute monster going into 2 main deck materials was an almost reasonable play. Penguins did have access to levels 2, 3 and 4 after all, which is why it also confuses me a bit that they never made a Penguin Xyz monster. Nowadays, however, the card is a fantastic field building tool for the archetype, being easily summonable and kickstarting your strongest plays. Fetching 2 monsters directly from the deck is much better now that they have some with actual extension effects, and in case you're able to bring it back, that's a hell of a lot of setup. It's definitely a staple in the deck's current version, although it can still be a bricky card, but it comes with the territory. I would dock it some points for the weirdly monstrous appearance compared to other members of the archetype, but Rockhopper Penguins already look like Yu-Gi-Oh characters, so in a way he fits right with it.
It's true! I was thinking the same thing! It looks like a Yu-Gi-Oh character,
Next
dude.
up is their only level 1, Puny Penguin! It's got 400 attack and 200 defense, and when this card is sent from the field to the graveyard after being flipped face up, target 1 penguin monster in your graveyard, except Puny Penguin, special summon that target in face up attack position or face down defense position. With cards like these, you can see them slowly zeroing in on the archetype's intended playstyle. It's a monster whose effect goes off after getting flipped, and in turn brings back other penguins in a way that lets you reuse their flip effects. It may seem kinda slow, but this was pretty solid recovery for the time, especially given what you were recovering, and today it can actually be one of the central combo pieces in the deck. There's plenty of ways to trigger its effect on the spot for play extension. It benefits from being printed before 2014, so it's not a once per turn, and being level 1 can also help out immensely with synchros. You shouldn't run too many of them, but the few you do run can make all the difference. It may be puny, but the Tsuchinoko effect is in full force with this one. Guard Penguin is a level 4 winged beast, the only
Oh, I don't like how this looks. I don't like how this looks.
one in the archetype, presumably because their wings are mostly not relevant, with 0 attack and 1200 defense, and when you take damage from a card effect, except during the damage step, you can special summon this card from your hand, and if you do, gain life points equal to the damage you took. Yeah, that
Interesting.
sure is a mid-Zexal anime card. A thing to keep in mind is that much like demons or ninjas, penguins are a pretty broad concept that doesn't really have to fall into a specific playstyle. Due to the size of the archetype, there aren't too many examples of this, but there will be a few more as we go on. Guard Penguin is just a piece of shitty burn protection, the likes of which we've seen many over the years, mostly stemming from the anime where effect damage tends to be more prominent. If you want to deal with a single instance of massive burn damage in an actually productive manner, just run a barrel behind the door instead. Whoa, thank god it's just a Luxor Pimp Blaster 3000 and not a real gun. Uh-oh.
I was thinking about that. Oh my god. Fun fact, penguins recently got another monster that fixes some of the issues that Rata mentions. So keep that in mind. When is this? This video from 2 years ago. Interesting. Okay.
And if you thought we
Or
were
it looks
done
like a
with penguins,
Beyblade.
and I don't know why you would, but just in case you did, I have only one thing to tell you. Nope, 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 nope. Nah. No penguin is a level 3 with 1600 attack and 100 defense, and during either player's turn, when an effect of a penguin monster is activated, special summon this card from your graveyard. You can only use this effect of no penguin once per turn. If a card would be returned from the field to the hand by the effect of a penguin card, banish it instead. It may have the appearance of gimmicky pack filler, but nope, this is actually perfectly solid penguin support. It comes out mandatory upon a penguin activation, so it's pretty easy to put on the field, prevents spot negation, and more specifically, chaining it to soldier gives you a double banish instead of bounce. It's essentially Degenerate Circuit on legs, which is also searchable and makes for good graveyard setup.
I really like the face. Yeah. Smug face.
It's a little unfortunate that a card like this doesn't come with any negates itself, but with these effects, does it really need any? Nope. It's one of the best penguin cards and helps out with your win condition a lot. Don't not make sure to not run none of no penguin. Fluffle Penguin is a Fluffle monster, meaning its purpose is not to flip and bounce, but to get mutilated to make one of these things. If that's
yeah, that's a different archetype. That's Fluffle. And Frightfur. Ah.
What you prefer to do with your penguins, that's fine, but I like the ones that don't belly slide directly into a wood chipper. Similarly, we have another penguin from a different ecosystem, but much more welcome in the standard lineup. Glacial Beast Polar Penguin is a level 3 tuner with 800 attack and 1000 defense, and if this card is special
Which one is funny? No penguin.
summoned, you can target one monster your opponent controls, return it to the hand. If this card on the field is destroyed by battle or card effect, you can target one card your opponent controls, return it to the hand. You can only use one Glacial Beast Polar Penguin effect per turn, and only once that turn. The card belongs to the short-lived Glacial Beast series of 3 monsters used by Arc 5's Frozen reference, that also came with a Aladdin.
I've never seen this character. What the hell? What happened, dude? What? How prominent are these characters? Are they like main? I don't think they are main characters. They are one-off characters. Oh, thank God. I was like, there is no way I've never seen them.
You know, it kinda makes me mad that even for a gag duel like this, early Arc 5 had such nice character designs. We could have had it so good. However, the card fits right at home with regular penguins due to the bounce effect, and especially due to being a level 3 tuner. It's one of the best summon targets for a Great Emperor Penguin, as it offers removal along with Synchro setup. The second effect is nice to have as backup, although the chances of triggering it often enough to matter are pretty slim. Overall, it's a nice and simple monster, and another you should definitely run, but not max out on. Next up is Penguin Torpedo, another...
I forget, did you see any of the TGS videos with Johnson yet? No, I haven't watched any Johnson, I think. They show up in a tournament arc. Oh, okay, that's actually kind of pog. I didn't know there was a tournament arc. Now I'm really interested. There was a big tournament that used the free-for-all style of just run around. Oh, that kind of tournament arc. Okay, I don't like that anymore. Needed a bunch of randos to fill space. And they were among them? Oh, okay, okay. Well, I don't like that as that much.
Level 3 with 550 attack and 300 defense, and the effect, this card can attack directly. When this card inflicts battle damage to your opponent, you can target one level 6 or lower monster your opponent controls, take control of it until the end phase, but its effects are negated, also it cannot declare an attack while you control it. You can only use this effect of Penguin Torpedo once per turn. At the end of the damage step, if this card attacked, destroy this card.
This kinda looks like the Mario thing with, I don't remember, it's like the... Like, are they no, they're not cannonballs. They're missiles. I don't remember the name, but you know what I mean. Like from Super Mario Bros. Whatever.
I'll give him credit that it's better than the 2002 anime card on the virtue of coming with the control effect, but in a meta where you have access to Change of Heart, Mind Control, and soon enough even Snatch Steal, I cannot reason with committing to the Torpenguin Tor playstyle. Not only does it exclusively take control of low to mid-level monsters, but it also targets, because I guess it was a bit too good otherwise. It's a mess, but at least it looks funny. But now, ushering us into the new age of penguinery, we have the merry waddle of heroes, Penguin Brave! Everyone knows at least one of these guys.
I seen this guy, yeah.
The guy that touches stoves, the guy that eats paper, the guy that pretends he can read, the scared, and the brave. This is a generic level 6 synchro with 2400 attack and 1200 defense, which says, your opponent cannot target face-down defense position monsters you control with card effects. You can only use each of the following effects of Penguin Brave once per turn. If this card is synchro summoned, you can special summon one penguin monster from your deck in face-down defense position. When your opponent activates a monster effect, you can flip one face-down defense position water monster you control face up. But how will you know it's water if it's face face down. This Roll Penguin game party was a big surprise to introduce in an archetype where the only tuner so far came from a side series. Brave is a great little bunch of effects for the deck, including protection, field setup, and interruption. It's easy to summon, it can bring out Soldier, it triggers no Penguin, and enables useful combos with the rest of the deck, which we'll talk about soon. It's basically a more specific Hulk for the deck, in that I wish it would also let you summon the monsters face up for a more play extension, but that would have probably been overkill. Regardless, Penguins barely function without it, so make sure to have at least one in your extra deck. Soon enough, 3 of the individual—
Interesting. What an interesting card. The Penguin JRPG party is great. No, yeah, I love that. I love that. I love that. They have everything here. They have the what is it? Is this a tank and warrior? They have the spellcaster, they have the healer, I assume. They have the kind of like brawler and the rogue. I don't know. I feel like they are lacking some like some with a bow, you know? I feel like that's the only thing that they are missing. I will say, yeah. I mean, they have a range like party member, but they still need someone with a bow. I don't know.
Individual members of the group featured on Brave's artwork would get their own cards, except the fighter and the wizard. I was gonna assume they got wiped in the Rescue Ace boss fight. First and most important is Penguin Squire. It's a level 5 tuner with 1800 attack and 600 defense, and it can—
Oh, this arc looks so beautiful. I've never seen this card. I've seen the synchro, but I've never seen this. I want this. I need this. This looks so beautiful. I hope they made the other ones. I really want all of them. I'm not gonna make an IRL deck, but I want to have these cards. They look so nice. I mean, this one looks so nice. The synchro too, but this one in particular. I can't wait to see how the other ones will look like.
Be used as synchro material, except for the synchro summon of a water monster. If a monster is set on your field, except during the damage step, you can special summon this card from your hand, then you can reduce its level by 1 or 2. You can target one face down defense position monster you control, change it to face up defense position, and if you do, its effects are negated unless it's a penguin monster. You can only use each effect of Penguin Squire once per turn. If Brave is the key boss monster of penguins, then this is the main playmaker for most of their setup. Putting it on the field is simple given the amount of setting you'll do, including Brave's summon effect, and it's a tuner with variable levels, which gives you access to a much wider array of X-Attack monsters. Only water ones, mind you, which is unfortunate, but there's still a solid lineup of cards in the category, including the soon-to-be unbanned Ib, or even Transcendosaurus Glaciosaurus. The ability to flip a monster face up can be crucial in making plays with Puny Penguin and bringing back Emperor, or even removal with cards like Soldier. I wish it could also increase its level, but I guess that would be a smidgen more utility than they wanted it to have. Regardless, it's one of their best monsters, and one of the most obvious 3-offs in the deck. Next up—
Interesting, interesting. Ninja is nimble and long distance enough? I guess. I think it would be cool if they made a whole archetype based on JRPG penguins. That would be so awesome. That would be so awesome.
Is Penguin Ninja, a level 3 monster with 1400 attack and 700 defense, and the—
Oh no, it's a ninja! It's a ninja card too! It's 2 archetypes again.
Flip effect, you can target up to 2 spells or traps your opponent controls, return them to the hand. You can target 1 penguin monster you control, change it to face down defense position. You can only use this effect of Penguin Ninja once per turn. This one's a bit more specific. The removal effect is hardly an issue to a lot of decks, especially without no penguin on the field. But to be fair, the combo can definitely disrupt the setup process of back row reliant archetypes, or get rid of floodgates in case they didn't prevent the card from hitting the field in the first place. Flipping a monster you control face down is the more relevant effect, either setting up Soldier or applying it to Puny Penguin so you can trigger Squire and go on with your plays. Also, if you think he deserves a bit more than 700 defense for that humongous booty of his, well, he's clearly faking it using the ancient ninja technique of puffy penguin pants. It's good enough as a one-off. And as a fan of monsters whose names are just multiple archetypes next to each other, Penguin Ninja is pretty good, but it's still not Performapal Odd Eyes Synchron. The final penguin monster is Penguin Cleric.
Yeah, I mean, I like the art of those 3. Yeah, I went to see the other 2. It's just a matter of then finishing the set. Yeah, of course.
It's another level 3 with 600 attack and 1700 defense, and if a penguin monster is sent from your monster zone to your graveyard by an opponent's card, even during the damage step, you can target one of them, discard this card, and if you do, special summon that monster in face down defense position. You can only use this effect of Penguin Cleric once per turn. Once per turn, you can target 1 penguin monster you control, it gains 600 attack until the end of the turn, and you gain 600 life points. This is the hardest monster to recommend running out of the new support wave. For one, its usage in your turn is limited to recovering overpowering monster destroyed by quick effects, along with a nearly useless attack boost and life point gain. On the opponent's turn, it can potentially make for some fun plays like resetting Soldier or Puny Penguin, but it needs to do it on the spot or not at all, so timing is a big issue with this one. And I mean timing as the actual word and not Yu-Gi-Oh's aberration of it. I feel like a lot of Penguin cards would be better off if they let you choose between summoning their monsters face up or face down. Also, here's a PSET idea. How about instead of special summon in face down defense position, it just said special set? It's not like it introduces any new keywords, and you can still treat it as a summon and a set. That's
Okay, this is something that we actually need. This is something that we actually need. This type of things.
basically what it is already. I know it's not as prevalent as the old novel-length wording for piercing damage, but it feels like something that should have been implemented by now. I know I'm the only person on Earth who cares about this shit, but we're talking about a game where they deemed graveyard needs to be shortened to GY, so I don't think anything's off the table. In fact, maybe effects should just look like this. Anyway, Penguin Cleric is a debatable one-off. Penguins only have two pieces of back row, the first one being the continuous spell Royal Penguin's Garden. When this card is activated, you can
my god, this also looks so beautiful. Am I gonna play penguins just because I like the art? Is that something that is actually gonna happen? No. Don't do this to me. Do it. There is a lot of UR, right? Not a lot, but there is like quite a few cards that are UR in this. I don't know about that. I will have to check it after.
Add one penguin card from your deck to your hand except Royal Penguin's Garden. Once per turn during your main phase, you can decrease the level of one penguin monster in your hand or face up on the field by 1 until the end of this turn, then discard one card. You can only activate one Royal Penguin's Garden per turn. Easily the most obvious 3-off so far, with both of the effects having very simple and clear utility. The searching searches. Thank you for enjoying the insight provided by my videos. And the level decrease has a nice handful of applications, most of all making Emperor Penguin an easy normal summon. The discard sounds like a trade away, but it can be very useful graveyard setup that extends your field even more, especially with stuff like No Penguin or Ice Barrier. Garden is the centerpiece of a lot of your combos, and it's one of the main reasons why the deck is able to end on a turn 1 board with multiple interruptions. I'm just really confused by this not being a field spell because it feels really annoying.
Whoa, hold on, I was sure this was a field spell. What the hell? This is not a field spell? Interesting.
Oh, what if penguins had 2.5% more searching? The meta would be in shambles. The final penguin card is the equip spell Penguin Sword.
Oh, that's the guy.
Equip only to a penguin monster. It gains 800 attack. When the equipped monster inflicts battle damage to your opponent, you can return one card your opponent controls to the hand. If a face-up card your opponent controls leaves the field by a penguin card's effect and returns to the hand or is banished, negate the activated effects and effects on the field of cards with that original name until the end of the next turn. You can only use this effect of Penguin Sword once per turn. Well, it's true that penguins have some problems beating over things as their strongest monster is at 2400, and extra removal upon battle is nice, but obviously the star of the show here is the third effect. It provides the archetype with some much needed negation, but not in a very convenient manner. Once again, the focus is put back on the bouncing, while accounting for no penguin as well, this time buffing the whole thing with some lingering effect prevention. It's only once per turn, but it's unlikely that you would use those effects multiple times in a turn, so it's not too big of a deal. Really, the only problem with the card is that it's not a combo extender. That negate can definitely save your board every now and then, but chances are if you run the card, you might not get to build it as often. It's a nice bonus that you should wager running or not. I love this artwork though, cause Penguin Soldier looks like it's struggling to get into the camera frame.
Look at me! Look at my sword! And my penguin is a war profiteer!
Now bring forth the chart.
Not the chart. Okay, you know what? I understand. I need to see the other cards, the new cards. But like, it will depend of the how much UR I need, because I need to use my UR in other stuff, in other decks that are kinda incomplete. I should focus on completing the decks, because I have decks like are like functionally viable, but I need more extra deck cards. So I could build Penguin if it's cheap. But it's the UR the problem. I need more UR. Chat, you know what? You need to subscribe. You need to subscribe so I can start monetizing the channel so that I can afford gems. Yeah, forget about paying my water bills, my electricity bills, my rent. No. We're gonna get gems so that I can play all cute archetypes that I like. Yeah. We should do that. Yeah.
I haven't properly used this thing in a while. The Penguin's consistency gets a 2. Within the archetype, they have very slim access to searching, but without it, they can barely pull off a single decent play. It's a bit improved in variant builds, but that's mostly on the virtue of the other archetypes involved. The power is another 2. Weak stats all around, with some focus on solid forms of removal. With the right field, they can definitely put a dent in the opponent's combo, but there's not much they can do if said combo still continues afterwards. The recovery exists in the form of pure...
Have you ever checked the new Penguin card in the OCG? Okay, we're gonna check it after this.
Any penguin as well as no penguin self-revive. These can either be used as extension tools or actual recovery, but mostly the former as they don't excel very hard in the latter. They can also both be pretty clunky without the right cards to make use of them, so it's yet another 2. As for protection, all that's here is Brave preventing the targeting of face-down monsters. This is fine, but hardly enough to matter for much, as there doesn't tend to be that many face-downs for this thing to take care of. Unfortunately, that's a 1. The penguin's versatility is, well, far from groundbreaking, but there's neat stuff you can do here. There's several variants you can take, depending on what kind of effects deck you're going for, both pure and as a mashup, and their main gimmick makes them decently viable against slower decks. They never get too crazy, you mostly end on the same board with a small handful of interruptions, but it's nice that the board itself is okay and you have different options for getting there. It's another 2, but take consolation in it being a strong 2. Here's my current deck list, keeping it mostly as pure penguin.
This is not... You cannot do this in Master Duel. You cannot make this in Master Duel. Yeah, definitely not.
And yes, this is definitely one of those decks that needs triple tactics in order to live sometimes. Shoutouts to No Penguin on YouTube, who helped with some info in this video, and has a lot of very cool variants.
Alright, we're checking this later.
Deck on the channel if you wanna check that out. The approach to Penguin support over the years has been this interesting attempt to elevate the early flip and bounce effects into a more cohesive and proactive playstyle, and weirdly enough, none of it ended up feeling particularly contrived. Usually with ancient archetypes like this, you tend to see a lot of messy effects as modern support tries to integrate old gimmicks with new design philosophy in a really roundabout way. Penguins, on the other hand, almost feel planned out from the start, given how closely knit they are when it comes to the consistency between their old abilities and new support. I do wish they would get around to completing that party already, cause they could use a bit more resilience, and it feels weird to leave it incomplete. It's far from the best deck around, but there was clearly a lot of thought put into their structure as they evolved over time, becoming a pretty unique and certainly very fun archetype to mess around with. And given that flipping and bouncing is pretty close to what actual penguins like to do for fun, I would say they absolutely nailed it.
Flipping and bouncing. Yeah, we love that, Chad. We love that. Oh no. Oh no. Are we gonna see... Wait, what is this? What am I looking at?
Oh, Kibessanoof, we are out of toilet paper and...
Mind your tongue before the son of Horus.
Speak not to me of your father and mine, he that guards the nation and orders the movement of the sun and stars, he who is called Nechin and Osiris, father of all who would be king. My business is urgent, and my need dire.
Mule your complaints then. I will judge them worthy or no.
We are out of toilet paper. Also, there's a penguin in the house.
We would not be so low on toilet paper if you did not monopolize the bathroom and... Wait, what?
What is going on?
How did this penguin get in here?
How do you figure? It flew in through the window you keep leaving open.
As if there could ever be such a thing as a flying penguin.
You'd be surprised.
Look, calm down. It's fine. I call upon the guardian of this house.
You forgot to feed it, didn't you?
You have to feed it?
What a shame. The only thing it truly enjoyed, and we could offer it plenty of, was sand.
What am I watching, dude? What is this? The video was so good already. What was the point of this? Alright. I like how this was like put here, like we can click on the other videos, but like, yeah, penguins. Anyways, let me check the OCG card that you said. Yu-Gi-Oh! First penguin. Oh yeah, I remember. Well, this is not the OCG. This is a card that already exists, right? Right? Hello, Pablo. Welcome, welcome. Let me see. If you control no face-up monsters, you can special summon this card from your hand. If summon this way to read this card as a tuner, it's a level 1, right? You can discard one card, then reveal one water synchro monster in your extra deck. Add one water monster from your deck to your hand with the same type but one level lower than the revealed monster. Then you can change this card to face down defense position. Also, you cannot special summon from your extra deck for the rest of this turn except water monsters. You can use this effect of Fierce Penguin once per turn. Yeah, it came out in Burst Protocol. This is already Master Duel, right? I think it's already Master Duel. I don't know. I could be wrong, but I think I've seen it. Interesting. It's a 1 cent. I need a proper guide of the deck, but yeah, it sounds awesome. Honestly, it sounds awesome. So yeah, thank you for recommending this video. That honestly, the thing that I like the most is the art. So I might get this card depending on the price just to have them, and maybe I will build a deck in Master Duel depending on if there is many URs. So yeah, thank you so much for sharing. Thank you. Maybe in the TCG, not in Master Duel. A lot of cards from Burst Protocol are already in Master Duel, right? Some people watch his videos specifically for the bits and the end. That's crazy. Hello Kerubu, but those bits are just not for me. Let me check. Okay, thank you. Let's watch this one. Ooh, 24 minutes, kinda scary. Actually, no, let's not watch it. Wait. Should we watch this one? Yes, I guess we can watch this one. I guess we have to. Okay. Hello, Pablo. Let me go pee really quick before we go into this one. I need to go to the bathroom really quick, so yeah, I will leave you with this. I'll be back really quick, don't panic. I'll be back. I'm in the game and no, First Penguin does not exist in Master Duel yet. That sucks. We'll probably build it when it comes out in Master Duel. Maybe, I don't know. Wait, hold on. Let me check really quick. Where are we? Okay. I think we're fine. We're still on time. We can do the thing. Yeah, whoa, we just made it to 850 subscribers. Thank you so much, everyone. Thank you. Dude, we just made it to 800 like a few days ago. I think it's been like 4 days. So we got like 50 subscribers in 4 or 5 days. That's awesome. Thank you. Dude, I can't wait to make it to 1,000. We can do things. We can finally do things. Yeah. But yeah, let's go to this. We're so close to 1,000. Yeah, I'm very excited about that. All right. 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 Let's see. I need to get ready, dude. How do you pronounce it? Serena or Serena? Serena. Ruri. Ruri is such a funny name. Yeah, I guess I just start. Was Ruri wait, is Ruri and Serena? Is Ruri and Serena, right? Oh no. Was Ruri Serena about to defeat Yugioh? Let's watch.
Yuya and Yuto versus Ruri and Serena. Today is a spicy duel, as it ends in...
Wait, wait.
Yuya and Yuto...
It's Yuya and Yuto. Okay. Was Ruri and Serena about to defeat Yuya and Yuto? Let's watch Judo. What did I say like that? Was Ruri and Serena about to defeat Yuya and Yuto? Let's watch.
Yuya and Yuto versus Ruri and Serena. Today is a spicy duel.
Spicy?
One of my personal favorite overkills in the Yu-Gi-Oh franchise.
Oh yeah, we watched the overkill video and it was there at the end, right? It was the number 1, I think, or well, it was definitely the fan favorite by the people in the comments, definitely, and most of my chat, yeah.
For context, Yuya is dueling against the mind-controlled fusion and Xyz counterparts of his universe's best friend and love interest, Yuzu. Inside of Yuya is Yuto,
inside
counterpart of himself, and also Ruri's boyfriend. There's a lot of
they are actually boyfriend and girlfriend. Okay, I didn't know those things happen in Yu-Gi-Oh, but that's awesome, and the stakes are so high, obviously.
Spinning plates in this duel, so if that isn't investment enough, get this as well. Yuya, under intense emotional pressure, is capable of being consumed by his original combined malevolent self, Zark. Yuya is a nice guy. He just wants people to smile. However, throughout this duel, he's going to get pushed to his absolute breaking point. And we are going to watch that whole thing unfold.
Yeah.
And at this time, maybe we'll take a look and see if there are any mistakes in this duel, any better plays, basically anything that could have changed the outcome of the duel. Without further ado, let's jump into the duel.
I've heard a lot about this duel now, right? Since I made that reaction video, people have been talking about this, and like, yeah, this duel is so hype, right? The ending, especially, very iconic. In the English dub, all the bracelet girls and you boys are voiced by the same voice actor and actresses, respectively. That is so awesome, dude. Honestly, it's only in the dub. It doesn't happen in the sub version. In Japanese, they don't share the same. What's it called? Seiyuu, the same voice actor and actress. It's a different one, because honestly, if that's the case, just for the dub, that's a huge win for the dub. Well, yeah, I know that people like to clown on the Sark voice, especially in the dub, but that sounds really awesome. So yeah, let's watch.
The action duel begins and Yuya goes first. However, as the duel begins, Yuya's Performer Pal deck transforms into Yuto's Phantom Knight deck.
What the hell? Oh, sorry. How does that work? The Phantom Knight deck. I don't know anything. I'm completely done. Dub is always interesting. Interesting is the right word there, yeah.
For this is Yuto's will to save Ruri. The hope is that her seeing some familiar cards might stir up some old memories.
The Japanese version, only Yuya and Yuri, I think, are voiced by the same Japanese VA and same Yusu and Serena. Huh, interesting. I wonder why they did that.
Be able to unbrainwash her back into normality. Anyway, Yuya's opening hand consists of 2 copies of Phantom Knight's Lost Vambrace, Phantom Knight's Double Badge, Rank Up Magic Burial Phantom Knights, and Phantom Knights around Burn.
Yeah, they just got new support in the OCG. Well, they announced it, right? They haven't gotten it yet. And they also showed the Overframe Arc Rebellion, which also looks really cool. Give me a minute. Oh my god, give me a minute. I need to close the window. That's loud, but we're fine. Yeah.
Along with his quick play spell, Phantom Knight's double badge, and Simple Brace Face Burn. Yuya sets 2 copies of the traps Phantom Knight's Lost Vambrace face down, along with his quick play spell, Phantom Knight's double badge, and simply ends his turn here. It's Rory's turn, and she draws. Her opening hand consists of Lyrilisk Turquoise Warbler, Lyrilisk Sapphire Swallow, Parasite Discharge, Double Parasitic Rebirth, Parasitic Maneuver, and Parasite Generator.
I didn't know these cards were... Okay, interesting.
You've probably all noticed this, but the Parasite engine in her and Serena's deck we're going to see, those have been added due to the Doctor, the person that is mind controlling all of the girls. Just a little bit of context of why they're in there. Since neither player has any monsters on their field, Rory is able to special summon her Turquoise Warbler straight to the field.
That's such a silly card.
When it is special summoned.
Look at this face. Look at this face. Summoning the little like silly bird. Yeah, I still dislike the English dub because voice of Sark, except for the Sark. What? I can't. It's such a like a. It's gonna be a take for me now. I hate it. I hate it so much. Your face is so funny. Oh my god.
Now special summon another Lyrilisk monster from her hand or grave. She summons Sapphire Swallow. With 2 level 1 monsters on the field, Rory overlays them both to Xyz summon her rank 1 Lyrilisk Assembled Nightingale.
These are the ones that cannot be destroyed by battle, I think, right?
Nightingale's effect allows it to gain 100 attack for each material attached to it. Since there are 2, it gains 200 attack. Rory follows this play by activating her spell, Parasite Discharge. With it, she can special summon a fusion parasite monster from her deck. As it is summoned, its effect activates, which lets it immediately fuse with another monster in her hand or on the field. And since Fusion Parasite can substitute itself for any fusion material, she combines it, acting as a Lyrilisk monster, along with Assembled Nightingale in order to make Lyrilisk Independent Nightingale.
Independent?
Now, since Independent Nightingale was special summoned, its effect activates. Its level raises by the number of materials that were attached to Assembled Nightingale for its summon. Since there were 2, its level is increased to 3. Nightingale's second effect then activates. Its attack is increased for each of its levels. But we're still not done there. The Fusion Parasite that was just sent to the graveyard's effect kicks in. Since it was used for a fusion summon, it equips itself to the summoned monster. Now, whilst equipped to Nightingale, if it would be destroyed
I hate how this looks.
Effect, this card can be destroyed in its place instead.
Sorry, I need to read this. This is so funny. 57 minutes behind. If her character wasn't assassinated before this, it certainly was by this point. I have no idea what that is referring to, because it's 57 minutes behind. I find that so funny. Like, might as well make it a comment in the future. Like, I don't know why. It's a comment in the chat right now. That's so funny. I'm so sorry. I'm sorry. I would like to comment on that, but I don't know what you're talking about. It was referred to Asuka. Ah, yeah. Asuka. Wait, what is her name? What is her name in the dub? Dude. Alexis, right? Yeah. Okay. Cool. yeah. I get. Okay. That's so true. That's so true. Yeah, we're talking about the Alexis and Yuri match. Yeah. We were talking about this 57 minutes ago. Yeah. Anyway, sorry for getting out of topic. Let's keep watching this.
Rory, now moving on to the offensive, activates Nightingale's final effect, which lets her deal 500 burn damage for every level that this monster has. Since this monster's level is 3, Yuya takes 1500 damage, and the first damage of the duel. Rory then moves into a battle phase. She attacks Yuya directly. However, Yuya activates his 2...
What is this pose? This pose looks so silly. What are those? I'm sure there's context, but wow.
Tentacle set traps, Phantom Knight's Lost Fanbrace. Each of these targets Nightingale, now until the end of the turn. While that chosen monster remains on the field, Phantom Knight monsters can't be destroyed by battle this turn, and the chosen monster loses 600 attack. Since 2 are
the
activated,
moon shoes.
Nightingale loses 1200 attack. Following this, both these traps summon themselves as monsters in attack position. Despite everything that happened, Nightingale is still able to attack, and attacks one of the Phantom Knight monsters. Though it isn't destroyed, Yuya still takes the damage. However, this is
Still takes the damage. There's motorized rollerblades under those. Oh, I see. That totally makes sense, yeah.
revealed to be a good thing, as now since Yuya has taken battle damage, he can activate his final set card, his quick play spell, Phantom Knight's Double Badge. Due to its effect after taking damage, Yuya can overlay 2 monsters on his side of the field and immediately Xyz summon. With 2 level 2 monsters, he Xyz summons his rank 2 Phantom Knight's Cursed Javelin. Yuya activates its quick effect by detaching 1 material. It negates the effect of an opponent's monster permanently and reduces its attack to 0. Now, it's worth noting that Yuya technically didn't need to do this play right now. There was no rush to...
I was referring to Yuzu. Oh, I'm so sorry. I don't know. I have no idea. I'm so sorry.
Now, it's worth noting that Yuya technically didn't need to do this play right now. There was no rush to negate the opponent's monster's effect or to reduce its attack down to 0. So why did he do it now? Well, the only way it makes sense is if someone was to interrupt the duel and jump in before his turn could happen, or else he wouldn't be able to get the monster out unless he got attacked again. Oh wait, what's that? That's about to happen? Never mind then. Out of nowhere, a mind-controlled Serena appears and inserts herself into the duel. Doing so costs her 2,000 life points, as she has to pay an intrusion penalty.
Oh, the intrusion penalty was already established before. It's not only because of the Sark duel that seemed like out of nowhere. Okay, I see it.
However, with that, it is now Serena's turn, meaning Yuya has to wait another turn before his turn. And this is where I have to jump in and say this is extremely abusable system right here. There's no limit to how many people can jump into a duel. We find that out in the big battle royale thing against Zark at the end of the series. If I was the Doctor, what I would have done is, after Serena has her go against Yuya, why not get Rin involved, the synchro counterpart of Yuzu? Get her to jump in before Yuya's turn as well, pay 2,000 life points, draw 6 cards, pop off, and let's just say he wouldn't. Yuya survives that turn as well. Let's do some real emotional damage to Yuya. Let's get Yuzu involved, get her involved in the duel before Yuya can have his turn, pay 2,000 life points, draw 6 cards, do his turn. Fun fact, you're allowed to attack even though it's your first turn in the duel, whatever, and you can just beat Yuya. This is a very broken system in the Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5 series. It needed more rules, like you pay 2,000 life points, you can't attack the turn, this happens, your opponent gets to draw like an additional card or something, I don't know, but it's kind of busted. Not gonna.
Yeah, well, they clearly didn't think about the rules of this. They just wanted to make like a cool moment, obviously.
Lie. So the moral of the story is, the Doctor, if you really wanted to win this duel, you were willing to cheat in a myriad of different ways, but you wouldn't overwhelm your opponent with this broken mechanic, so misplay to you. Anyway.
Intrusion penalty was also present for the Battle Royale part of the anime. Okay, I clearly haven't watched the anime. What can I say? I'm sorry. I clearly haven't watched the anime. I should probably, watch it. And I will. I promise, chat. I promise. I've been promising every single stream that, yeah, I'm gonna watch all the anime, right? I need to watch the 4th season of GX, then I need to watch 5Ds, then I need to watch Sexal, then I need to watch Arc 5, and then I'm gonna watch Brains, and then I'm gonna stop there. Yeah, those are the dub names and are voiced by the same woman. By the way, she's a queen. No, clearly, like dubbing 4 characters is really something. Where's that emote? Alright.
Anyway, it's Serena's turn, and she draws. Her opening hand consists of Parasite Fusioner, Parasite Plant, Power Parasite, and 3 mysterious cards.
I see.
These cards will never be seen or used. However, I'm going to speculate and say that they are her Lunar Light cards, and she just kind of bricked with what she had. So, if I had to guess, I would say these 3 cards are Lunar Light Eclipse, Lunar Light Perfume, and Lunar Light Fusion. Serena starts by normal summoning her Parasite Fusioner. She activates her continuous spell.
Sorry, but is this why in Master Duel the Lyricus or Lyrical or whatever and Luna Light are in the same pack? Is that why? Interesting.
Parasite Plant, which lets her fuse Parasite Fusioner with any
Yes.
other monster on the field attached with another Parasite Fusioner. And so she sends Parasite Fusioner along with Independent Nightingale equipped with Parasite Fusioner to the grave in order to summon Parasite Queen. You've probably noticed this already. I am gonna say Parasite a lot today.
I can see it. You didn't see it. The Bracelets girl names are the dub are Lulu, Rin, Lulu, and Selena. No, yeah, I well, you said Lulu twice, but I said you said Susu, Rin, Lulu, and Selena. Yeah, I'm gonna completely like ignore that because I don't know. I'm so sorry. It's gonna get confusing with all the names and the different versions of the name. There is 4 characters, and those 4 characters have like 4. I know Selena, Serena, or whatever. It's still a little confusing, right? So yeah, sorry about that. That's why I didn't say anything about that to not get more confused. The other 2 Yuzus are on Wind Witch and Melodious. Those the same pack too? I have no idea. They are also the 3-type family: Beast, Beast Warrior, Wing Beast. Beast Warrior, and Wing Beast. Interesting. Pepper, are you going to read any of the Yu-Gi-Oh manga series? I don't know. Probably not. So yeah. I mean, I'm gonna watch the one you said, the OCG structures. Yeah, I think that one is definitely something that I would read.
Due to the second effect of Parasite Plant, all Parasite Fusioners in the grave are equipped to the summoned fusion monster Parasite Queen. And while Parasite Plant remains face up on the field, all monsters gain 300 attack for each one equipped to it. And that's not all. Monsters equipped with parasites are now immune to all opponents' monsters' effects. And sadly, unbeknownst to Yuya, he makes a misplay. He activates Cursed Javelin's effect by detaching its last material, attempting to negate and weaken Parasite Queen. However, as we've just learned, it's unaffected by monster effects, and so the effect fails. Now, I know this is a running theme in Yu-Gi-Oh! It's speculated that Yu-Gi-Oh! Characters just can't check what the opponent's cards do. It makes sense thematically because you don't know until it happens. Oh, that card's gonna do that. I want to tap that. Where's the surprise? Something cool about Arc 5 is we actually...
Sorry, you said don't read the Arc 5 manga. That's the only one I don't recommend reading. I mean, I will read the original because, you know, it's the original. Maybe I will read the GX one because I'm curious about what they did with Chaz, which is one of my favorite characters. And then I will read the Arc 5 manga because of the incest. Yeah.
Actually get to see their dual disc displays a few times, and from what I can tell, it does look like you're unable to view any of your opponent's cards. So I'm going to say this is confirmation that you do not know opponent's monsters' effects unless you have prior knowledge. They tell you, or you just find out the hard way. So
interesting, it's confirmed. I didn't know that.
No misplay for Yuya for attempting this. Not that it would matter, because Serena enters her battle phase and uses Parasite Queen to attack Cursed Javelin and destroy it. Serena ends her turn by setting Power Parasite face down. And it is here where the first out-of-duel shenanigans begins. Serena reveals herself, Ruri Rin, and Yuya's precious Yuzu have all been infected with mind-controlling parasites. Yuya does not take this information well, and when they start laughing at his suffering, well, he snaps back.
なんて顔をしているの? 喜ばしいことだわ。ユズはもうお前の元には戻らない。
Jesus.
Again, I just want to point out, this character right here is being pushed to act like this character here. However, luckily...
Okay, you know what? I kinda like it.
Before things can go too far, Yuto synergizes with Yuya. His will of vengeance becomes his own. and he manifests himself physically in the duel, and
What?
as such, takes over for the next turn. And so, Yuto draws and gets Phantom Knight's Wrong Magnet Ring. Yuto starts by activating his spell Rank Up Magic Burial Phantom Knights. Now he can bring back one Phantom Knights Xyz monster in his grave, and when he does, he can immediately overlay both it and this card to Xyz summon a new monster that is 2 ranks higher.
What?
Javelin is a rank 2.
Dark Rebellion?
Yuto summons his rank 4 ace monster, Dark Rebellion Xyz Dragon. Yuto immediately begins to parkour. Why? Well, that's because this is an action duel. I think I did mention that earlier.
Was it? No one was parkouring before, dude. What the hell was that? Fun fact, this episode just finishing the Yu-Gi-Oh marathon going on. Okay.
Duel means there are hidden cards across the arena. Players can run about and pick them up to get a variety of different effects. Some beneficial, some detrimental. You won't know until you pick them up. I'm gonna keep things quite brief here, but my opinion on action cards are they're quite Deus Ex Machina.
Yeah.
If there's a problem in the duel, a no way out situation, oh no, the main character's about to lose. Oh look, an action card, the perfect card to keep me in this duel. It's just right here. The moral of this is without these cards, yes, Yuya and Yuto probably would have lost this duel. But at the same time, Serena and Rory never take advantage of this action card system, so that kind of costs them the duel in a way. It makes my job a living nightmare because I don't know what action cards are available at the time, but it's a part of the in-universe mechanics, so it's absolutely fine. He finds the action card Single Destruction. With its effect, if the opponent controls exactly one monster, it is destroyed.
That's so convenient.
However, Serena is able to prevent the destruction by destroying the parasite equipped to the monster instead. And now, since there is one less parasite on it, its attack is reduced. Unfortunately, since Yuto can't use Dark Rebellion's effect to halve the opponent's attack and add it to his own, since the opponent is immune to monster effects, he instead moves to his battle phase and attacks Parasite Queen. As he does, Serena activates the final effect of Parasite Queen, which lets her equip a parasite onto an opponent's monster. When this happens, they lose 800 attack. But Serena is not done. She activates her set Power Parasite. Now she can choose one monster she controls and equip it with a Parasite Fusioner in her grave. The equipped monster will then gain an additional 300 attack. However, since Parasite Queen has gained another Parasite Fusioner anyway, its attack raises by an additional 300 too. Fearing the destruction of his ace monster, Yuto activates his quick play spell, Phantom Knights Around Burn. This card can only be activated in the battle phase. By banishing 2 Phantom Knights in the grave, you can destroy as many monsters on the field as possible, and then end the battle phase. Both Serena and Yuto activate the effects of the fusion parasites equipped to their monsters. Both fusion parasites are destroyed, and Rebellion and Parasite Queen remain on the field. The battle phase ends.
That's so funny. It's almost like nothing happened. Poorly established rules too. At least one person has played a card that lets you discard any number of times to do something, then run around grabbing cards to dump to it for literal minutes. Bruh. Only established limitation was that one attack declaration. Was that on attack declaration there is only so much time before that monster is gonna reach you and knock you down. Is that established? Like how long? Interesting.
Quick thinking by Yuto. He too could benefit from Fusion Parasite's protection ability. Good play. As soon as the battle phase ends, Around Burn's effect activates, which deals 800 damage to both players for every monster that was sent to the graveyard during that battle phase. Since both the parasites were owned by Serena and Ruri, they are the ones to take the damage. Yuto sets Phantom Knight's Wrong Magnet Ring face down and ends his turn. It's back to Ruri and the anti-penultimate turn of the duel. She draws and gets her own Parasite Plant. She activates it, equipping a Parasite Fusioner from her deck to Serena's Parasite Queen. However, when she does this, the second effect activates, which lets her move Parasite Queen to her side of the field. Basically, this is how Ruri and Serena are going to share Parasite Queen. With this effect, whenever they...
Thank you so much, Ultimate Fan Nerd, for the raid. Welcome everyone. Hi, how are you doing? My name is Pepper. I am a chef VTuber who doesn't cook, just plays Yu-Gi-Oh! And watches Yu-Gi-Oh! Videos too. Sorry, I was a little loud for for everyone. You were kinda like, yeah, not paying attention, getting jumpscared by that. Yeah, it's something weird, but no, I love it. I love it. Thanks so much. How is it going? We're watching. Hi. We're watching some TS anime videos. We're reacting to some stuff, and right now we're watching the Ruri, Serena versus Yuya and Yuto. I haven't watched Arc 5, but like I'm doing my best. How are you doing, Ultimate Fanner? What were you doing? Are you also a Yu-Gi-Oh player? Yes. Who is that one in the screen? Who do you think? Who do you think? I don't know. Maybe some people in here will recognize her. Yeah. Hey, thank you so much for the follow. Can't get right. Money? Yeah, thank you so much for the follow. Thank you. Hope you enjoyed your stay. Also, if anyone feels like tired or like hangry, they have to pee, you have to drink water, feel free to do so. So yeah, I still really appreciate it, and thank you so much for bringing your community with me, Ultimate Fan Nerd. Thank you. I recognize the scream anywhere. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you so much. We're gonna be watching the thing right now. Is it Lunary? No, it's not Lunary. It's Amelia Watson from Hololive First Generation Myth. Hololive English First Generation Myth. Yeah. Very iconic scream. Yeah. I don't remember where the scream, what happened, what's the context of that scream, but it's like it's used for a lot of stuff in the community. Hello, Crispy Applesauce. Welcome. Sorry I'm late. I forgot your live today. What? You don't have to watch. It's okay. Don't worry. You don't have to apologize. But I'm glad you're here. But don't worry. Nobody's forced. So yeah, let's keep watching.
Which lets her move Parasite Queen to her side of the field. Basically, this is how Rory and Serena are going to share Parasite Queen. With this effect, whenever they equip a card to it, they can pull it to their side of the field, and they're going to keep doing this until the end of the duel. Rory.
Hello, Pepper. I hope you're doing well and wish you the best. Thank you so much. Thank you, Secret Boy. It was her making something. Yeah, I think so. I remember. I think so.
Activates double parasitic rebirth. With doing this until the end.
Wait, hold on.
How Rory, which lets her move Queen. However, when she does this, the second effect activates, which lets her move Parasite Queen to her side of the field. Basically, this is how Rory and Serena are going to share Parasite Queen. With this effect, whenever they equip a card to it, they can pull it to their side of the field, and they're going to keep doing this until the end of the duel.
That's so awesome. That's an awesome mechanic to have in a duel like this, in a 2v2. Yeah.
Rory activates double parasitic rebirth. With it, she can equip one monster on the field with 2 parasite fusioners in either player's grave. She equips one from hers and one from Serena's to Dark Rebellion Xyz Dragon. She moves into a battle phase and uses Parasite Queen to attack Dark Rebellion. However, before the attack can connect, Yuto parkours and finds the action card Evasion. With its effect, it lets him negate an attack. Parasite Queen's attack is negated. However, Rory follows this up by activating her quick play Parasitic Maneuver, which lets a parasite monster attack twice this turn. Parasite Queen attacks Dark Rebellion again. However, yet again, Yuto parkours, and this time finds the action card Miracle, which lets him prevent his monster from being destroyed by battle and also halving any battle damage he would take.
Yeah, I don't like this. I don't like this at all, dude. How the action duel is like so silly. I can't.
Dark Rebellion isn't destroyed, however the force of the attack causes Yuto to fall unconscious. With only 100 life points left, Yuya retakes control of the duel. Rory sets Parasite Generator face down and ends her turn. Fun fact, if you were wondering why Yuto didn't use his face down trap, the Phantom Knight of Wrong Magnet Ring, whose effect is it pulls all equip spells on the field onto itself, Well, he needs to have a card in his hand that has the same name as a card in his graveyard.
What?
And since that isn't the case, he couldn't use it here. Just in case he was wondering that, by the way. Now, it's Serena's turn, and the penultimate turn of the duel.
Oh,
she
wow.
draws and gets Parasite Magic. She starts by activating the effect of her Parasite Plant, equipping another Parasite Fusioner from her deck to Parasite Queen, and by doing so, moving it back under her control. Fearing the incoming attack, Yuya parkours in the search for an action card to save him.
The one-time action magic was kinda cool was the time they used those while on motorcycles. I guess that sounds more interesting. Oh, she's doing it now, okay.
Serena tries to match him in speed and grab it before he can. However,
Wow.
she wasn't fast enough, and Yuya takes a second copy of the action card, Miracle. Now, while this card is unable to save him in this battle, since it would halve the damage and he's only got 100 life points left, he now has a Miracle in his graveyard, a Miracle in his hand, and a Magnet Ring face down that requires this criteria. However, before we can celebrate, Serena knows
Yuto's pretty much pulling a Yami Yugi attack the moon, fuse living arrow, and Mammoth Graveyard with ultimate blue eyes. Yeah.
notices that the Doctor was able to sneak a parasite
What?
into Yuya's ear. The Doctor mind controls Yuya and causes him to collapse, seemingly ending the duel with Yuya unconscious. However,
That's cheating.
a malevolent force consumes the parasite in Yuya's brain. Yuya reawakens in a berserker state. The atmosphere and music become tense. However, Yuya snaps back to his senses. Hesitating for a moment after what she just witnessed, Serena attacks Dark Rebellion with Parasite Queen. Yuya
That looks so
activates his
disgusting.
Phantom Knight's Wrong Magnet Ring. With it, when he is attacked, he can discard a card with the same name as a card in the grave, and by doing so, he can negate the attack, and then special summon Wrong Magnet Ring to the field as a monster. Annoyed, Serena sets her Parasite Magic face down and ends her turn. Now it's Yuya's turn, and the final turn of the duel. He draws and gets his ace monster, Odd Eyes
That's the
and
guy.
Dragon. Yuya activates the quick effect of Wrong Magnet Ring. It equips every equipped card on the field to itself. With all
What?
4 parasites equipped to this card, the second effect of Magnet Ring then allows Yuya to send itself and the cards equipped to it to the grave to draw 1 card for every 2 equipped spells that were attached to it.
Interesting.
Since there were 4, Yuya draws 2 new cards. He gets his
Isn't this
own
more interesting than Pot of Greed? That's awesome, right?
Odd Eyes Excel, and Yuto's Phantom Knight's Possession. Since 4 fusion parasites have left the field, Parasite Queen's attack is reduced. Yuya activates his Odd Eyes Excel so that he can summon an Odd Eyes monster without a sacrifice. He summons Odd Eyes Pendulum Dragon to the field. Here, Serena plays her set Parasite Magic. With it, she can activate a magic card in the opponent's graveyard as if it were her own. She chooses to activate Ruri's Parasite Discharge. Due to its effect, she can special summon a new Parasite Fusioner from her own deck. Following this, Ruri activates her set trap, Parasite Generator. Since a parasite was summoned, now for as long as this card remains face up on the field, parasite monsters cannot be destroyed by card effects. Also, all fusion parasites on the field are treated as if there were 2 of them. And that's not all. The final effect of Parasite Generator lets Serena special summon 1 fusion parasite from her deck. And when she does, all fusion parasites in the grave are summoned to the field. The cost to use this is that at the end of the turn, all the parasites summoned this way are shuffled back into the deck. And so, with Ruri and Serena both having 3 copies of their own parasites on the field, and each one being classed as 2, there are now 12 parasites on the field. Parasite Queen's attack.
What is this, dude?
Everything seems like it's going very well for the girls. However, this is where the Doctor makes a huge mistake. He reveals the mind-controlled Yuzu and wipes his filthy old man hands all over her face. And it is right here where Yuya snaps. Everyone knows something bad is coming. Even the...
Thank you so much, Vivi, for the for the raid. Welcome, welcome. Hi, how are you doing? Hello, hello. Hello. I am Pepper Wentz. I am a chef tour who doesn't cook, just plays Yu-Gi-Oh! Feeding scream. Yeah, that was a feeding scream with the mom when we were watching. Hello, hello. Hello, hello. We're reacting to some Yu-Gi-Oh! Duels. Yeah. Not the scream at this moment. Yeah, that was really something. That was really something. But yeah, hello, good to see you here. Hope you're doing well. Made a pizza, nice. Oh, I want pizza now. Oh, I'm so hungry. I should order pizza. I think I don't have money. I should get. No, I think getting just cheese to make the pizza will be more expensive than making a pizza. Well, than buying a pizza, I think. Is it? I don't know. We'll check it later. I haven't had pizza in a long time. I was gonna go Wednesday only to Mondays too. I have gone from Wednesday only to Mondays too. Oh, that's nice. That's nice. That's nice. That's nice. More streams. Yeah. Very awesome. We wanna back a little bit. Well, thank you. I appreciate it. And don't forget, if you have to like rest, sleep, eat, drink, if you have to enjoy your pizza, please feel free to do so. Don't worry. I still appreciate you being here and joining the stream. Thank you so much. Thank you. Yeah, shout out. So yeah, we're gonna keep watching now. I have to like get it back a little bit because I have to edit it now. So yeah.
Seems like it's going very well for the girls. However, this is where the doctor makes a huge mistake. He reveals the mind-controlled Yuzu and wipes his filthy old man hands all over her face. And it's
a very big yikes.
Where Yuya snaps. Everyone knows something bad is coming. Even the parasite monsters themselves begin to back away. Yuya and Yuto become consumed by Za. As if in a perfect rage-fueled synchronicity, they activate together Phantom Knight's possession. This lets them treat an Xyz monster as the level of a monster on the field. They make it so that Odd Eyes and Dark Rebellion are both classed as level 7 monsters.
Interesting.
So, with 2 level 7 dragon-type monsters on the field, Yuya and Yuto Xyz summon the rank 7 dragon with dual-coloured eyes.
Oh.
Odd Eyes Raging Dragon. This monster is the embodiment of Yuto and Yuya's rage. Yuya activates the effect of Raging Dragon. By detaching all of its overlay units, it negates the effects of every spell and trap on the field, and then destroys everything other than itself. Due to this play, the fusion parasites can't use their effects to prevent the destruction, and so the entire field is eviscerated. Odd Eyes Raging Dragon then gains 200 attack for each card that was destroyed via its effect. While shocked at this play, Ruri says that, well, good for you and all, however, you only have one monster, and next turn, one of us will survive, and with only 100 life points left, that person is going to defeat you. However, this is where Yuya and Yuto reveal there will be no next turn. Odd Eyes Raging Dragon is revealed to be able to attack twice per turn.
That's
and
awesome.
So, with an inhuman amount of force, Yuya attacks Serena and Ruri directly. Both are defeated, and the sheer force of the attack is so powerful it blows a hole in the wall behind them. Ruri and Serena lay unconscious on the ground. And keep in mind that at the end of the day, they weren't in control of their actions. Yuya and Yuto win the duel. I really love this duel. The music, the voice acting, the whole thing. I think in the Japanese, it's like one of the best duels in the entire series. I don't know, that might just be me, but I really like it. Honestly, I thought it was a shame that Serena never got to play any of her Luna-like cards in this.
Wait, is this a... I feel like I can sped up. Interesting.
Duel. Conversely, with Ruri and the Lyrilisk archetype, they too have some really powerful Xyz monsters. However, I don't think they were available yet in the anime. So a couple cards you can go into. Plus they have some different effects in the anime. They're not as strong as some of the ones in the real world. So It's hard to say if those two could have played any differently. And as for Yuto and Yuya, I think they did the same as well. The cards that they had, they used it in a perfect way, sometimes able to predict what the future was about to hold with that one Phantom Knight summon during the opponent's turn. We'll allow that, that's absolutely fine. So, yeah, if you would like to know the true rules of action duels, if you want to have
Yeah, we already watched that. Yeah.
leave a pinned comment down below and you'll see it on screen now. But other than that, thank you all for watching. Catch you later.
I still don't like it, you know. I seen it, like I know the rules, but I still feel like it's just not for me, you know. I don't know what to tell you. There will be no next turn.
Feel there will be no.
There will be no next turn. That is, you know what? I've been caught saying that myself when I get too cocky in Master Duel. Yeah, when I'm playing, I'm like, there will be no next turn. That is such a funny thing to say. It's not funny. You know what I mean? You know what I mean? It's so fitting. But yeah, Orai's Raging Dragon is my favorite Pendulum XCs. It looks really cool. It looks really cool. So yeah, thank you for recommending this. Thank you. Very awesome duel as always. I'm kind of sad that this one didn't have like much analysis and seeing what other plays could have been made. But yeah, it's already 24 minutes because it's a lot going on in this. So I guess I kind of understand, but it's a little bit of a different video. But yeah, still very awesome. My favorite line in this episode in the dub. He said there is no next turn, and he said it like he was really annoyed. I need to check that out. Yeah. How about that time they introduced self-harming action tribes to suggest that taking as much stuff as you can won't necessarily be free advantage, then never had action traps again? Bruh. Let's go to a little ad break before we go to the next video. I don't want to see clips. I cannot see clips. I'm so sorry. The issue with the clips is that it's gonna get the video demonetized. So that's a problem. Are you shining like gold? Hello, Star Gold. Welcome. Am I shining like gold? I don't know. Do I look like I'm shining like gold? But yeah, I mean, awesome. I like those emojis. How are you doing, Star Gold? Are you shining like gold? It seems like you are shining. It's purely action spells. Okay, we have 4 more videos. I think we can do this. I think there is time to do all of those. What order do we do? I think we're gonna start with this one. Yeah. My favorite Yu-Gi-Oh deck is Predator Plant and the Starving Venom Fusion Dragon. Those are really cool. I really like them. It's like so cool to fuse things with your opponent's monsters. Yeah, I mean that's the what is it called? The super polymerization archetype. Yeah, I can send a clip on the episode in the dub if you want. Wait, I already read that. Yeah, sorry, I'm not gonna watch clips from the anime. I can't. Sorry about that. I'm gonna wait for when I watch the anime. They use action traps for like one duel and then dropped it. Yeah. I've heard about that. I feel like someone said that it was like actually 2, which, you know, sure. But oops, all your monsters are now level 1. Whoops. That's so funny. Okay, ranking statistically. Wait. Ranking statistically. Wait, what? I cannot say it in the same. Ranking statistically. Ranking statistically. Wait. Ranking statistically. Hold on. What? I cannot say those two in the same. Those two words in the same with the same vibes. Wow, that's a problem. Alright, let me try. Ranking statistically the best Yu-Gi-Oh protagonist. Let's watch. Excuse me?
So with the conclusion of the 6th series of Yu-Gi-Oh! Yu-Gi-Oh! Vrains, and the main character in that series, Yusaku Fujiki, going undefeated throughout the entire series.
Wow, wait, how? Oh, this is 6 years ago. Okay, okay, awesome.
If you don't count flashback duels of when he was a kid, we'll talk about that a bit later. This got me thinking, who actually is the best main character in Yu-Gi-Oh?
Well, the win rate is not necessarily who's the best, right? Because they are dueling different people in different eras and stuff.
In terms of their dueling ability.
But that's what the statistically mean, I guess.
And as soon as I thought of this question, I realized that nobody really wants to know the answer to this because everyone's going to be annoyed no matter who I say. If I said Yugi is the best, people will get annoyed. If I says Yuma's the worst, for example, people will get annoyed by that. So how do I make a video without annoying everyone and throwing in my personal favoritisms, my biases into the mix? Why? There's an easy answer to that. We use maths.
Maths.
Yes, in today's video, we're going to be looking at each one of the main characters. We're going to be going through how many duels they've had throughout the entirety of their anime appearances, as well as how many wins they had throughout all of this, how many losses, how many draws, how many DNFs.
Oh, draws.
Then we're going to convert that data into a win percentage, and to make it fair, because some duelists are obviously going to have more duels than others, I'm going to allocate a point system, add all those together, so another way we're going to judge who is the best duelist. A couple of things you need to keep in mind whilst I talk about this data is that some of the main characters have 2 people inside of them, which sounds weird, but like you've got Yugi and Atem, you've got Yuma and Astral. For these characters,
What about Yubel? What about Yubel?
Both of them count as the same person, so if the other part of them dueled through them, that still counts as winter losses. But for example, something like in a flashback or something like that, Astral, before he even met Yuma, that wouldn't count. I'm going to be getting all these results from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Wikia pages, so there's going to be probably a couple little inaccuracies, plus the fact that there is a chance that the data I have right here might not be 100% perfect, so keep that in mind. I'm doing my best, but I think what we get the results of should be quite accurate, and honestly, I've looked at the results. It's going to be surprising. Now, I want you to all keep in mind that Yu-Gi-Oh! Is a lot more complicated sometimes than just wins and losses on a stats board. For example, a lot of the times in Yu-Gi-Oh! You will come in situations where it says that a character lost. However, due to the situations of the episode, you could make a case that it wasn't a loss.
Like how Joy defeat Marik, stuff like that, or how Thea in the original Duel Monster has 100% win rate for defeating Mai, who surrendered when she already won, stuff like that. That's so funny. Stop saying E before statistically. Okay, my bad. I'm learning in English. My favorite Yu-Gi-Oh villain is Yuri. Yeah, I also like that one. I think it's a really cool. From what I've seen, right? I haven't watched the whole anime, but it still seems really cool. You can make everyone happy no matter how hard. You know, even that statistically thing here, it's still gonna be like some debate of which duels count, right? And what counts, even if we have like numbers. So yeah.
One of the biggest examples of this, I would have to say, is Yugi versus Seto Kaiba during Duelist Kingdom. Kaiba was basically threatening to kill himself, to throw himself off the side of a castle if Yugi won the duel.
Yeah.
So Yugi, of course, not wanting to sacrifice Kaiba, refused to win, basically surrendered, so Kaiba got the win. To a lot of people, you could count this as a win because he was in a winning situation. However, he didn't take advantage of the situation. It's a horrible thing to say, but if he really wanted that win, he should have won. So in today's video, we're going to be very literal with the results. If somebody won a duel, technically, they have won the duel. Just because they could have won, or they surrendered because they wanted to give someone a life lesson or something, which we'll talk about a bit later, we're not going to count it. So it's going to be wins for the other person. So let's start with the first series and the first main characters, Yugimoto and Yami Yugi.
I do to the end, and it's not the end yet.
So first things first, this is going to shock quite a few people, and I honestly feel like this can't be right based on how many episodes there were, but Yugi and Atem only had 50 duels on screen, which compared to a lot of the other characters is actually quite low. Out of those 50 duels that they had 38 wins.
What?
7 losses, 1 draw, and 4 DNFs. Now, I imagine people want me to explain those 7 losses because, to their knowledge, Yugi never lost. He was the best duelist. Well, let's quickly talk about these, shall we? Because
7? That's great. I don't remember. I cannot name one on the top of my head right now. I mean, we're gonna count the one against Ghost Kai or whatever. Okay, that's one, I guess. He lost to Pegasus in the first episode. Or the second episode, I think. I don't know.
this will be quite important later. The first L was against Pegasus at the start of the series. This was due to a timer, so Yugi might have been able to win, but the timer ran out. So, in my opinion, this is actually fair that Pegasus won this one. There was a timer, the rules were established. Never mind. The second L was to Seto Kaiba, but this was due to blackmail. This was when he was threatening to throw himself off the side of a cliff if Yugi didn't just give up. So, as unfair as that one is to say that Yugi lost, he didn't take advantage of the situation, which is a good thing, but it's still a loss, so I'm sorry. The third L was against Rebecca Hawkins. This was on purpose. He was trying to mirror the past. Grandpa surrendered, so Rebecca's granddad
Rebecca.
or
Okay.
now, he could get the glass of water. So it's just mirroring that kind of thing. So, yeah, it should be counted as a win, I guess, because he lost on purpose. But he lost on purpose, so it's still an L. This would go on his record. This one isn't an L, but it was a DNF, and it was against Joey Wheeler. This was at the end of Battle City. This is where Joey and Yugi were going to duel so that Joey could get his red eyes back. We never saw the conclusion to this episode, but Joey did get his red eyes after this. So you could make a case that, well, Joey beat Yugi. That's the only way he could get his red eyes back. Then you could make a case saying, well, maybe he lost. Yugi still gave him the red eyes. It's a bit up in the air, but yeah, it's a DNF, so it's still a DNF. This is the one that people always bring up as the proper L against Raphael during the Seal of Orichalcos. Of course, this is a filler arc, but it doesn't really matter. The fair
I was like, what? How is it? It's not fair. Yeah.
Lost, in my opinion, fair and square. People will say that the Seal of Orichalcos influence
Oh
affected
yeah, it should have been me, not him.
his judgment. He might have been able to win, but he just felt like the only way he could win was by playing the Seal of Orichalcos. To me, this is a legit loss.
Thank you.
And well, I'm not going to change any of these results anyway, but still. We had another DNF where Jaden played against Yugi. We didn't see the climax of this duel, but it looked like Yugi was going to win this. So it's a shame we never got the conclusion to that. That would have been quite good. Of course, Yugi lost to Yugi. Yami lost to Yugi. So that still counts as a win and a loss, I guess. Regardless. But let's just jump back into it. We've got the wins 38, losses 7, draws 1, DNFs 4. This means that throughout the Yu-Gi-Oh! Duel Monsters series, Yugi and Yami had an 84.44% win ratio, which is pretty good. It's not too bad. Let's jump in next to Yu-Gi-Oh! GX with Jaden Yuki.
Well, alright then, it's my turn to take a crack at you. Here goes!
Now keep in mind we're all—
Dude, I love it. I love the dub. The dub is so good. Try putting the TS analysis on Yugi and Joey versus the Big Five. Oh yeah, we're gonna watch that in the future. Don't worry, we're definitely watching that.
Also going to be including the Supreme Kings duels because that is Jaden as well. So what we have with Jaden is somebody that had a total of 100 duels.
What?
Double that of Yugi Moto's amount of duels throughout the series. So that's incredible, 100 duels. Out of those 100 duels, he won 80 times. He had 7 losses.
He had 7 losses?
Draws, and he had 10 DNFs, which is incredible score. That gives him a 91.95% win ratio, meaning it's higher than that of Yugi's. We'll just quickly run through some of his L's just to see if they're justified, not that I'm going to change them. He had an L against a friend in a flashback. Now, we can make some arguments about when do wins and losses start.
The friend in a flashback. Yeah, no, I remember that.
Counting in the series, is it when the series starts? If we have flashbacks to stuff that happened before the series, this is before his professional career and stuff. I'm just taking L's from anywhere I see an L. He lost against his friend in a flashback before he was even playing an Elemental Hero deck. That's an L. Unlucky. He lost to Zane fair and square, which is a great duel. He lost to Kaiba Man. He lost to Cyrus in a simulation practice match. We could make an argument with that one because it's just a practice. It shouldn't really count, but it's going to ruin my scores if I start messing.
He lost to Cyrus?
With everything. He also had an L against Asta Phoenix, which was fair and square. And I'm pretty sure he never lost after this. He just kept on winning. So Good for you, man. Let's tear through these a little bit quicker now so we can get to the meat at the end. We have Yu-Gi-Oh! 5Ds with Yusei Fudo.
I summon forth the Synchro Monster, Jump Gardener!
Okay.
He played a total of 62 duels. Out of those 62 duels, he had a whopping 50 wins, only 1 loss.
1 loss?
Never drew a single duel, but he did have 11 DNFs. And the only DNF I really want to talk about, just before we jump onto Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal, is Callan Kessler's duel. He was going to lose that duel, but he fell off his bike, so the duel was like void. To me, that was a loss because he had no cards that could have saved him at all. So to me, that was a loss. It's counted as a DNF, so I can't give him a loss, but still. There was also, I want to quickly mention that in the Crashtown episode, he did a 3 against 1. In situations throughout this where 1 duelist is playing against 2 or 3, I'm going to count those, so it's like 3 wins. You're playing against 3 people.
I don't know about that one.
That still only counts as 1 win because it's like fairer grounds then. But out of all that, he had a 98.04% win ratio, which is the best so far. Fantastic win ratio. Well done, you say. Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal, we have Yuma Tsukumo and Astral as his companion.
Rise on up, number 39, Utopia!
He had a
Yeah, I don't
total
like
of
that
95
dub.
duels, which is a hell of a lot, but out of those 95 duels, he had 52 wins,
Jesus.
33 losses, which
33! Oh my god!
is the only one of the main characters to break double digits in losses, which is, oh dear, 33 losses. He had 1 draw and 9 DNFs, so this gives him a 61.18% win ratio, which is the worst so far. I do want to point this out about Yuma. He had a lot of off-screen losses. 23 of these losses are against Bronk, just off-screen, where he's like, I can't believe I've lost to you 17 times in a row. Something along them lines. Next up, we have Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5 with Yuya Sakaki.
My monsters are ready to swing into action!
He had 60 duels. Out of those 60 duels, he had 43 wins. He had 4 losses, 1 draw, 12 DNFs, giving him a total of a 91.49% win ratio, which is really good. Yuya had a lot of multi-duels. He had a Yuya versus 4 people and another one that was Yuya versus 3 people, so I took those into consideration. That's a really good score. Above 90%, well done. Finally, the most recent series, we have...
Wait, hold on. Squeeze your brain, human? Wow, I'm squeezing my brain. Hello, Flesh. Welcome, welcome.
Have Yu-Gi-Oh! Brains with Yusaku Fujiki.
I have 3 reasons why I cannot and will not be defeated.
He only played 32 duels.
Really?
Series, which it feels so little, really. But
that sounds wrong.
Those 32 duels, he had 26 wins, 3 losses, and 3 draws. Now, people might get annoyed about this one because technically he didn't lose throughout the main part of the series. However, all of his flashbacks to when he was in the Lost incident, when he was a little kid, they were all losses. It was against like a dueling robot or stuff, but there were losses. So this is where you can make a case
interesting.
They shouldn't count flashbacks because they're still a kid. They're not like in their professional career, but regardless, I'm counting them as L's. He also had 2 draws against Revolver and 1 draw against Bowman. I just thought I'd throw that out there. So overall, he had an 89.66%
120
win
episodes.
ratio, just
Interesting.
away from that 90%. Okay, so now we know all the statistics. Let's jump into the meat of this. Who actually is the best main character? We've got loads of things to consider here. So let's start with the first one. This is the most amount of duels that a duelist had. The reason why I think this should count as a statistic, this is just how much these characters are throwing themselves out there. They're willing to risk their win-loss ratio by continuously dueling, and I think that's something to be respected. Out of all the total duels a character had, Jaden Yuki is in first place with 100. Yuma Tsukumo is in second with 95. Yusei Fudo is in third with 62. Yuya Sakaki is in fourth with 60. Yugimoto is in fifth with 50. And Yusaku Fujiki is in sixth with 32. So out of all those duels, we take their wins, we take their losses, and we find out their win percentage. So who had the best win percentage? In first place with the best win percentage is Yusei Fudo with a 98.04%.
That sounds wrong.
Is Jaden Yuki with a 91.95%.
That also sounds wrong.
In third is Yuya Sakaki with 91.49%. In fourth is Yusaku Fujiki with 89.66%. In fifth is Yugimoto with 84.44%. And in last place with a terrible 61.18% is Yuma Tsukumo.
The GOAT. 61% sounds insane compared to all the other. Dude, oh my god.
People might get annoyed by the fact that Yugi is so low, but it's just stats, man. It's just what I'm reading.
The numbers.
So for this next leaderboard, I've assigned points to wins, losses, and draws. A win is worth 3 points, a draw is worth 1 point, and a loss is worth 0 points. For this scoring system, it punishes people who have had lots of duels but have lost loads of times, and it rewards people that have had more wins despite maybe having less duels. So let's have a look at the results. In first place with 243 points is Jaden Yuki. In second place is Yuma Tsukumo with 157
What?
points. In third place is Yusei Fudo with 150 points. In fourth is Yuya Sakaki with 130. In fifth is Yugimoto with 115. And in last place is Yusaku Fujiki with 81 points. Now, observant people will notice that these rankings are in the exact same order as the total amount of duels. However, for people like Yuya, Yugi, and Yusei, there's only like a couple duels in between them. So had they performed just a little bit better, they could have squeaked up in the ranks. So I think this is fair. It's just a coincidence that they happen to all be in the same place. But
counting playmaker draws is just an objective thing, since all of his draws was forced by opponent to not lose. So their wins kinda interesting.
For someone like Jaden with so many duels, I mean, Yuma only had 5 less duels, he just didn't do as well, so yeah, that makes sense. So just before we jump into the final total of what I think should determine who is the best overall duelist out of all the main characters, you can take the win percentage score as a definitive answer. So if you want to go by the win percentage score, then this is the legit ranking of who is the best Yu-Gi-Oh! Duelists. With Yusei Fudo at number 1, Jaden in number 2, Yuya at number 3, Yusaku at number 4, Yugi at number 5, and Yuma at number 6. Now, that might annoy some people, but that is their overall win percentage, and I think that is a good way of determining who is the best.
I don't like that some duels shouldn't count, right? Like duels that are just practice, or duels that are like against random people that don't matter, and duels that are just like as a little child shouldn't count. Or they should give like different amount of points or something. I just don't like that.
This next one,
I know it will require way more analysis and it will be way longer video and way harder to do. Am I gonna do that? No, I'm not gonna do that. But yeah.
Adding up a total amount of points on these 3 categories: the win percentage, the most amount of duels they had, and the duel score. So you could make a case that this isn't the most accurate, but regardless, this is my final total. If they came first in any of these categories, they got 10 points. Second is 8, third is 6th, and so on. So in last place and the least best Yu-Gi-Oh! Main character is Yusaku Fujiki with 8 points. In 5th place is Yugimoto with 9 points. In 4th place is Yuya Sakaki with 14 points. The bronze with 3rd place is Yuma Tsukumo with 18.
That's crazy.
In silver, 2nd is Yusei Fudo with 22. And at number 1 with the gold is Jaden Yuki with 28 points. Now, honestly, when I went into this video, these are not the results that I was expecting by any stretch of the imagination. I would never have thought Jaden would be at number 1 for nearly everything. Jaden, total amount of duels, number 1. Duel score, number 1.
Wait, I love that comment. Calculating each character's elo. Yeah, you should analyze the win rate of every single character, right? And then calculate the elo of like of them, and then that's how you get the points for each victories. Yeah, that should be the objective way of doing it. Obviously, right? It couldn't be any other way. Yeah.
Win percentage number 2, but yeah, he does quite well. He's actually a really good duelist. He might not be the most serious. Yusei Fudo didn't actually have that many duels, really. He had 62 duels. He came 3rd in that one. Yusei also came 3rd in the duel score. However, Yusei was the number 1 in win percentage with 98. He's so close. He was 6 points off of getting the number 1 position. Yusei could be argued is one of the best characters, and I'm glad that he's 2nd. The 3rd place with Yuma Tsukumo.
Wait, hold on. It's a grad student project. There was that paper in March that just released this year. Actually, or are you you messing with me? Is that FRFR? I would love to see that. That would be so awesome. None of them touching Miss Undefeated Thea Garner. Yeah, 100% win rate. I'm for real. Am I allowed to share links here? Can you share it on the Discord? We have like a Discord link. I think that would be better for everyone. Yeah, it's in the pin message. But yeah, I would love to see that. I would love to see that. Not right now, but probably in a future stream we're gonna check that out. It's in the pin message.
I didn't expect that one. I don't know how I feel about that as well. He has the worst win percentage. But what he does make up for in his win percentage is just the amount of duels he has.
Thank
He had
you.
95 duels, and if you tally up all the points he's had, my argument for Yuma being third and the fact that he's getting so high up just because of the amount of duels is he's willing to put himself out there. If someone had one duel and they won that one duel, does that mean they're better than someone that had 100 duels and out of those 100 duels they had 90 wins? So it's just that kind of argument. And I think the fact that Yuma put himself out there, even though I don't personally think he's the best statistically, I guess he did a good job. Yuya fourth, that makes sense. I never thought Yuya was particularly amazing, but he was okay. Yugi at fifth.
That's crazy,
That's
right?
gonna rile some people up. The fact of the matter is, Yugi actually didn't duel anywhere near as much as I thought he would have. 50 duels is quite low. This is including the movies. This is including all of the anime series. It doesn't include season 0, but 50 duels, I thought he would have had more, and out of those 50 duels, he had quite a lot of losses where he just let other people win, but unfortunately they count as real losses. You can make an argument that you could take away the fake losses, and you probably could bump his win percentage up, but unfortunately 84.44% win ratio is the 5th lowest on this list for a win percentage, so sorry Yugi. And Yusaku at last, I was shocked at, because Yusaku has an 89.66 win percent ratio. If I didn't count those flashback losses, he would have been undefeated. He would have been the only character on this list with a 100% win ratio. If you don't want to count those flashback duels, that's completely up to you. But the fact of the matter is, he only had 32 duels throughout the series as well. So, I mean, if he didn't have those 32 duels, we take away.
I like how the last part of the video is just, yeah, this could have been different if this is this. Like, there is a lot of things that could have been different, and it will give completely different results.
3 flashback duels, he's got 29 duels. There's not that many at all, really. So, yeah, guys, that was my overall list on the best Yu-Gi-Oh! Statistics. This was made for fun. Some people are going to take this a bit too seriously. Please don't take it seriously. This isn't my opinions. This is just facts I found. If these facts are wrong, there might be some discrepancies. You probably can go with that. I gathered all this from the Yu-Gi-Oh! Wikia win-to-loss ratio things for the decks they played and the wins they had and things like that. The only one I think I've counted in here, which you probably could make a very good argument, I probably shouldn't have, is Seto Kaiba versus the hologram of Yugi. That really shouldn't count. That's a Seto Kaiba win and not a Yugi loss, but I think I just forgot to take it out, so sorry.
What the fuck?
But yeah, guys, thank you all for watching this video. Let me know what you thought in the comment section below. Do you agree with this list? Do you heavily disagree? Let me know in the comment section below. What are your actual rankings of who you think should be the best Yu-Gi-Oh! Main character? And if you can make a better version of this video, then I actually do agree. You probably should. Send me a link to it as well if you do. But guys, thank you all for watching, and I'll catch you later. Bye, everyone.
I mean, those numbers are very interesting, but I feel like the conclusion that we got, like, I know the numbers are correct, right? The numbers don't lie, right? The numbers don't lie. The numbers are there. But the way that we got to these numbers doesn't seem like objective or like correct. It kind of seems like there was some weird stuff there. It's still pretty cool video, obviously. I didn't know that Yugi dueled so few times. So that's cool to think about, definitely. So yeah, very interesting video anyways. Math is math, cry harder, nerd. Bruh. Bruh. That is not what this is about. So yeah. Let's go for the next one. But then again, it's already a heavy amount of data to work off of. No, totally. Except if we're talking about Yuma in the first half of Sexal, he lost a few times, and then the second half he didn't lose once, except for Yuga, the sevens. And do know, huh? Did I go rush? Bruh. I don't think those counts. This video is from 6 years ago, so I don't think those. Share the paper in the Discord. Thank you so much. Pokemon Is epic. Thank you, thank you. Well, hold on. Let's see. Where is it? You share it in general? Okay, well, it's okay. This is the paper in question. Hold on. Deciding winning strategies in Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG is hard. Orazio Nicolosi, Federico. Oh, it's an Italian thing, I think. Deciding winning strategies in Yu-Gi-Oh! TCG is hard. This is about the anime. Motivated by the results for Magic the Gathering presented, we studied different computability problem about winning strategies in Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game, a popular card game developed and published by Konami. We show that the problem of establishing whether from a given game state a given computable strategy is winning undecidable. Winning is undecidable. In particular, not only do we prove that halting problem can be reduced to this problem, but also the problem is actually what? Complete? We extend this last result to all strategies with a reduction of set of countable well orders as classic, I don't know, 2? Complete? For this reduction, we present 2 legal decks according to the current forbidden and listed Yu-Gi-Oh! Trading card game that can be used by the player who goes first to perform them. I don't think this is what you said this will be. E11. Is this not about making the most like optimal deck? It doesn't have anything to do with the anime, right? This is a paper about how statistically you make the best deck, right? Hello, Carol. Welcome. Oh, nothing to do with the anime. Oh yeah, okay, that makes sense then. Yeah. Okay. I thought it was like what we we were talking about. Oh yeah, no, this is still very interesting. This will be like what is the statistically the best possible deck at the time that this was made. Which was 5 days ago apparently. Still pretty awesome, interesting. Well, I don't know if we wanna. Is there a way to read this? View PDF. This is a small paper. How to set the board, monsters, protectors of sanctuary, morphing jar, Yatagarasu, vanity's ruler, Endymion, magician of fate, double summon, port of benevolence. Wait, what the hell? What is this? How to set the board, legal 48. Yeah, I have no. Yeah, I don't know. Please don't read this without a computer scientist supervision. Yeah, no, I have no idea what I'm looking at. I'm so sorry. This is way outside my area of expertise. Yeah, don't that. Cool. It's cool that it exists, but I have no idea what this means. So yeah, thank you anyways for sharing. Alright, let's go to the next video. Hold on. Let's send a little ad break really quick. What an interesting paper. Thank you. No, thank you. Thank you for sharing. Let me check here really quick. Where the music? I hope now. Okay, don't worry. Thank you so much for joining. Let me check something really quick before we go into the next video. Long story short, you historically complex that is harder for the first impossible to compute, knowing if it's too complex to make something like this, definitely. So I don't know how it was made. But I get the idea of it, I get the concept. Okay, let's go for the Shadow one. I think that we definitely have to watch this today, and then yeah. I'm gonna get water really quick. Hold on, I'm gonna get water. Right, the shorter video suggested only focuses on lore and artwork, while the longer one works with the card effects. I'm pretty sure this is gonna say a little bit about the card effects too. At least not get into detail, but yeah. But we wanna see it, and depending on how it goes, we can watch the other one later. Not later, like another day. Okay. Yu-Gi-Oh! Shadow Archetype, let's watch.
In the abyss of this world, there is a certain something called the Shadow Core.
Shadow?
Which gives birth to shadows that absorb light. The Shadow. El Shadow construct uses these shadow strings to control the manifested shadows, and with this to extend its influence and power. So Shadow is an archetype comprised primarily of dark monsters that debuted in Duelist Alliance.
Wait, how is it actually pronounced? I feel like I usually hear Shadow. Not Shadow. Is that Shadow? I don't know.
Their focus is the fusion summon of the more powerful El Shadow monsters, which restrict or punish special summons. The main deck Shadow monsters all have flip effects that focus on searching and field advantage, as well as a secondary effect that focuses on regaining advantage whenever they are sent to the graveyard by a card effect. The word Shadow is a portmanteau of shadow and dull. The Shadow.
Wait, if it's shadow and dull, then it should be shadow, right?
Cards appear to be darker puppet versions of cards from other archetypes, including some from the dual terminal world, with their threads coming from the back of El Shadow construct. So let's go for the cards then, shall we? First up, El Shadow Anoitalis. This card's Japanese name is a portmanteau of the word anomaly and the name Lilith.
Interesting.
The name of the female demon or spirit from Jewish mythology. This monster shares its attribute attack and defense and level with Necros of Trishula, and is coincidentally covered in ice. The artwork of Void Vanishment depicts El Shadow Shekinaga and Infernoid Defiati merging to form this monster. The apparent destruction of this monster is depicted in the artwork of Void Purification.
But what are these? The quality of these images? I don't know what I'm looking at. Like this one maybe, right?
In the artwork of Void.
But here's like what am I looking at? What is this? It's all like stretched. Yeah.
Purification. El Shadow Construct. Now this monster appears to be the source or controller of the dark strings seen controlling the other Shadow monsters. El Shadow Winder and various other monsters also appear in this card's artwork. This monster is part of two other Shadow fusion monsters, El Shadow Shekinaga and El Shadow Anoyatilis. This card's Japanese name, El Shadow Nephilim, is named for the Nephilim of Hebrew myth. These creatures were a race of giants who inhabited merchants. Another interpretation of the Nephilim is those who cause the others to fall down. In this case, it could refer to the strings that come from this monster that seems to corrupt previous existing monsters.
Interesting. The lore of the shadow is so intertwined with other archetypes that they are found in those archetypes. Oh.
This card's name may be a reference to El Shaddai, one of the Judaic names of God.
Oh, you said.
This supports the idea of this being the Shaddai boss monster. And as seen by this card's artwork, this monster appears to be massive in size as El Shaddai Winder looks small in comparison. The artwork of El Shaddai Shekinaga reinforces this fact as it can be seen that it is equal size to Apocryphort Towers, which is colossal in size itself. This fits given the Nephilim in mythology were a race of giants. Did you know this is the second fusion monster to become forbidden after Thousand Eyes Restrict, and the first Shadow monster to become forbidden. It is also one of the first 2 Shadol monsters to become limited, the other being El Shadol Winder. Next up, El Shadol Grista. Now this monster's head matches the artwork of Shadol Core, making it probable that this form is what became of Ken Gorgon Luminescent Knight, and by extension, the Gem Knights. This is supported by the card being named...
What the hell? It's all connected, Chad. I had no idea. I thought Yu-Gi-Oh was just random things. Well, I know some archetypes go like farther into that, but I didn't know this was one of those, like Gem Knights.
A word play on Gem Knight Crystal. Additionally, this card shares the exact same attack and defense values as both Karigorgon and Crystal. This is the first rock-type fire fusion monster. The first rock-type fire monster belongs to KN, the Master Magma Blacksmith. El Shadol Winder appears in this card's artwork, and this monster appears in the artwork of Sacrifice. Each of this monster's joints is one of the coloured spheres represented in the Quillfort, Infernoid, and Zephyr monster arts.
Okay.
Next up, El Shadol Shekinaga. So this card's name comes from Shekinah and Naga. This monster is El Shadol Construct merged with Apocalyphort Towers, with which it shares its attribute type and level, and also has the inverse attack and defense of it. Due to the effects of Towers making it unaffected by spell and traps, it is very difficult for it to be fused with El Shadol Construct. The fusion has resulted in some serious changes to the form of Construct. Her body has now taken on the black-white colour scheme of Towers, and a white angelic wing has sprouted from her right sleeve, matching the wings forming the strut on the right leg of Towers.
This is Dual Terminal, they all exist in the same world. What is Dual Terminal? I already knew these were all based on something else, like Shadow Hedgehog, Flamel Hedgehog. Winda was one of the Gustos. I don't know those cards.
This is true for the black demonic wing on the opposite side as well, though it is mostly obscured. While the strings originally sprouted from the back of Construct, they now appear to bind her in place and no longer spread out from the monster. This quite possibly means that in this form, Construct no longer has any control over the other Shadols. 2 golden snake-like objects coil around the now immobilized Construct. These snakes may have originated from the staff of Constella Razhuag, or Evil Swarm Kerikion, and were found previously coiled around Shadol Squamata. Then Giato, Darkness of the Yangzing, and finally Yazi, Evil of the Yangzing. And this monster's transformation into El Shadol Anoitelis is depicted in the art of Void Banishment. Next up, El Shadol Wendigo. So this monster is the Shadol counterpart of Ritual Beast.
That's not a Wendigo. What is this?
Beast Ulti Petalfin. Its transformation can be seen in the artwork of Ritual Beast.
That's a Charmer.
Ambush. And Wendigo also appears in Zephyr Path, being transformed by Oracle of Zephyr into Ritual Beast Tamer Zephyr Wendy. Now, a Wendigo is a demonic half-beast creature appearing in the legends of the Alquian peoples along the Atlantic coast and Great Lakes region of both the United States and Canada. Or, for the cool kids, you can play Until Dawn.
No, dude, don't do that.
However, this Wendigo is much prettier than those ones. Next up, El Shadol Winder. Now, this monster is composed of puppet-like versions of Winda, Priestess of Gusto, and Palau, Wind of the Yangzing.
Oh,
this
those!
Monster has similarities to Daigusto, Guldos. Both monsters have Winda, Priestess of Gusto as the rider of a bird-like beast. Both monsters share the same attack, level, and defense. As well, this monster appears in the artworks of El Shadol Construct, Shadol Core, and El Shadol Grista. The puppet-like version of Poilo also appears in the artwork of Sinister Shadow Games, while the puppet-like version of Winda appears in the artwork of El Shadol Fusion and Nef Shadol Fusion. The jewel in the chest of Karigorgon, Illuminescent Knight, appears in the staff of the puppet version of Winda.
Is it?
And on October 1st, 2014, in the OCG, this card and El Shadol Construct became the first fusion monsters to be limited since Thousand Eyes Restrict in September 2005. They were also the first Shadol monsters to be limited. Shadol Beast. So this monster is the Shadol counterpart of Naturia Beast.
Oh no.
Shadol Dragon. Swanee Fire of the Yangzing is a counterpart of this card, and this monster appears in the artwork of Sinister Shadow Games and Ritual Beast Ambush. Shadow Falco. So this monster is the Shadow counterpart of Gusto Falco. This card is the first tuner monster to also be a flip effect monster, and this monster appears in the artworks of Ritual Beast Ambush. This monster can be assumed to be a puppet copy or revived body of Gusto Falco, as Gusto Falco had died protecting Kamui, Hope of Gusto.
What?
Next up, Shadow Hedgehog. So this monster is the Shadow version of Neo Flamvel Hedgehog. Shadow Falco
That's the one
is
you
a tuner
mentioned.
monster like its regular counterpart, Gusto Falco. Oddly, this card is not a tuner monster, despite Neo Flamvel Hedgehog being one. The name of this monster might be a pun on the Sega character Shadow the Hedgehog. That's pretty cool.
I don't think so. I don't think so.
This monster appears in the artwork of Ritual Beast Ambush. Next up, Shadow Squamata. So this card is
Squamata.
Satella Knight Unuka
Oh.
Lahai, or at least it's its armor transfigured into a Shadow after the events depicted in the artwork of Curse of the Shadow Prison. Both cards have the same attack, defense, and level, as well as a similar effect on sending cards from their respective archetypes to the grave. And this card's English name comes from the taxonomic classification Squamata, the order of reptiles which comprises all snakes and lizards. Squamata has a golden snake-like object entity coiled around its body. This may have been from Rasselhag's staff and is featured in the artwork of Curse of the Shadow Prison, Giotto Darkness of Yangzing, Yangzing Brutality, El Shadol Shekinaga, and Shadol Zephranaga.
Oh no,
Next
they
up,
have pendulums?
Shadol Zephra Core. So this is the first
Okay,
Shadol
this definitely looks like a Gem Knight.
pendulum monster, and this is the Zephyr version of Shadal Core, sharing the same attribute and defense. According to the dual terminal lore, the fusion core from the corpse of Gem Knight Crystal overloaded and corrupted, thus becoming Charigorgon a luminescent knight, and creating the Shadel Core. This explains why this monster shares many physical resemblances with Crystal, including its type. This card has the same multicolored sphere and zigzag pattern as Apocryphort Towers and Infernoid Onuchu, and this monster appears in the artwork of Chosen of Zephyr. Next up, Shadol Zephranaga. So this monster is the Zephyr version of Evil Swarm Kirikion. However, this monster's level attack and defense and type more closely match Constella Rasselhag, Kirikion's original form. This card is named after the Naga, a deity taking the form of a very great snake. This connects to the fact that Rasselhag is based on the Ophiuchus, the Serpent Bearer, and this monster appears in the artwork of Chosen of Zephyr. Finally, the support spells. El Shadol Fusion, Leo, Keeper of the Sacred Tree, Pilka, Descendant of Gusto, the devastated trunk of the notorious Sacred Tree, and the puppet version of Winda, Priestess of Gusto, that is part of El Shadol Winda, appear in this card's artwork. The base part of the Japanese name roughly translates to contact with the embodiment of a god. Nef Shadol Fusion, Quillfort Scout appears in this card's artwork, and the rider of El Shadol Winda, who appears to be bound to the canisters seen on the body of the Infernoid Shijet. This is the first equipped spell card that can perform a fusion summon, and this card's attribute ability and its Quillfort affiliated artwork might suggest that the Shadols are tapping into the power of the Quillforts to change their attributes, since the Quillforts, Tree of Death, absorb the Gem Knight's orb seen in Sacrifice, which in turn may represent all the different elements the Gem...
This is too much information for me. I can't. This is too much. I feel like I'm missing a lot of lore here. I need to watch like something that explains the whole... Is there a video that is like... I mean, I'm sure there is a video of like the whole dual terminal stuff, maybe. And maybe we can go like into more detail. Maybe we can watch that next time. There is one that is like the Visas Starfrost lore. I seen it recommended, so I'm gonna add this to the watch later for later. And hopefully, if there are more videos like that that go into the actual like lore, will be awesome. Because right now I'm kind of lost. I do believe Golden Nova Yu-Gi-Oh has a dual terminal lore series. Oh, series. Okay. It's a pretty lengthy story, I can imagine. And his lesser known brother, Mastercard's Moonfire. Yeah.
Gem Knights possess. Shadol Core. El Shadol Winda appears in this card's artwork, and the object Shadol Root is emerging from what appears to be the head of Charigorgon, a luminescent knight. This card's art also resembles that of Infestation, Infection, implying a connection between the Shadol archetype and the Swarm Virus. And finally, Shadol Fusion. This card shares many similarities with Gem Knight Fusion, as well as being an archetype-specific fusion card. black pearls and black gemstones are visible surrounding the two monsters. And with that, guys, that is a very long episode. Done. I butchered a lot of names in this episode.
Yeah.
I'm really sorry, but please leave a like. Tell me what your favorite Shadow.
No, I'm definitely giving a like.
It's really interesting, to be honest with you, how they're like corrupted versions of.
What is it? What is this? What are these images?
It's awesome. But yeah, thanks a lot for watching. Catch you later.
Cool video, cool video. I'm really interested in the lore. Now, I didn't show anything about the gameplay, so I guess we're gonna watch the one about gameplay another opportunity. Right now we can't. But actually, there is a Toon World one. The most evil archetype. Maybe we will watch that. I hope you watched the If Uno Was an Anime video I linked. Did you link it? If Uno, I think I watched this isn't that video like super old, like extremely old? I think I watched it before. It's all Destiny Hero and Ghost Trick videos. Oh, we already watched this one. Wait, we have 2 more videos. Alright, let's go with this one.
Welcome to Loopholes.
It's very loud, holy fuck.
Welcome to Loopholes. Each week, Yu-Gi-Oh! Heartthrob Luke Von Karma will deliver
Heartthrob
unto Dazif, Farfa, and myself one single prompt.
Alright, we're gonna watch this one, chat. This is one of my favorite videos in all of Yu-Gi-Oh! Oh, chat, by the way, on Wednesday, in like 2 days, we're gonna watch a video that is about the what is it called? About the history of Yu-Gi-Oh! Meta. It's a very long video, it's like 2 hours video. So we're gonna have a full stream to just watch that one video. So yeah, the waiting room is already in the channel. So that's what we're gonna do on Wednesday. Wednesday. Yeah. For now, let's watch this. How do I start this? MBT video, PogChamp, everything video. No, I'm sorry, I can't. MBT video, PogChamp, MBT video, PogChamp. You wanna watch an MBT video? Yeah, that's what we're gonna do.
Welcome to Loopholes.
Honestly, chat, I don't know if you watch this, but this is one of my favorite videos in Yu-Gi-Oh! I think it's a really creative video. It's a really creative format. And I watched it when it was like happening. It was so funny. You have to watch it, chat. It's amazing.
Each week, Yu-Gi-Oh! Heartthrob Luke Von Karma will deliver unto Dazif, Farfa, and myself one single prompt. We'll try to fulfill it as completely and creatively as possible. Dark monsters only? Maybe we'll break out the Dark Flayer Swordsman. Winning without an extra deck? Well, no reason we can't play a speed duel. Have to use Umi? Nothing says we can't just bring our TCG decks to the beach. The most creative duelist wins, as long as they follow the letter of the law on Loopholes.
Do you know what? I love this concept, Loopholes, and the name is so self-explanatory. So yeah, we're gonna see. Aided by Dyer.
Welcome,
thank you, Dyer.
holers. Wait. No. Welcome, my little attorneys, to Loopholes. I am going to give you your prompt now. You must steal 3 cards from your opponent.
Ooh. Steal 3 cards from your opponent. Steal 3 cards from your opponent. Now, there is a lot of different ways of doing it. Now, it's Loopholes, so yeah. How would you do it, chat? Because how this was done is not what I was expecting.
Ooh, what do you all think about stealing?
I know a thing or two about theft.
Have you guys ever stolen
Didn't upload the footage.
anything?
We gotta engage in here.
Stealing's kind of scary because it's illegal. So I guess I have to opt out of this episode.
Now you have to find a loophole to steal, but not actually steal. Like that's the whole premise, I guess. The prompt one would suggest.
What is loophole? I thought this was MasterChef 3.
No!
So Danny wants us to steal 3 cards, and I'm sure there's a lot of different interpretations of that, but I really wanted to give a shot at stealing my opponent's cards with Metal Morph. In terms of like literally turning them into steel.
He's gonna turn them into steel. He's gonna steal them. Wait, I need to move here. He's gonna steal them. Isn't it like the best thing ever?
I've had a lot of fun with this deck recently. I was playing it in the Legend Anthology, so I wanted to continue playing it here. I thought it'd be like a fun little joke. And yeah, basically our goal here is to equip 3 Metal Morphs to our opponent's monsters and then use Eternal Rest to wipe their board. In my head, it's kind of like a Medusa sort of situation where we're turning our opponent's cards into stone, steel, and then getting rid of them. So we'll see how this goes. I hope that it goes fine. You'll see in here that we do have Maxi and then a couple Charmies. This deck really does need a lot of cards to function. Actually, it's pretty consistent at getting 2 Metal Morphs, but you need like extra cards to be able to do the bigger combos. I think what might end up being the hardest part about today is making sure our opponents actually have 3 monsters on the board to equip the Metal Morph to, but I guess we'll just see how it goes. So let's jump into the casual ladder. I'm not going to go into the ranked ladder, and see if we can do this against a real opponent.
So,
I honestly wouldn't go into the casual one. I feel like in the casual one, people just surrender like instantly because there is no stakes, right? So like trying a different strategy like that feels impossible. So I don't know about that one.
I've been tasked with stealing 3 cards. What does that mean? Who knows? What if we took some of those cards from the competitors of the show? What is your masterduel account and password? This may seem unconventional, but technically, I know we were supposed to steal 3 cards. What if I stole all of Doug's cards? Let's see what he says. Just give it a second.
I like how he's just waiting.
In a moment. We got a Lamau. Does it have at least 3 cards? I can't be taking an account that doesn't have less than 3 cards, technically, to fulfill this. This is a prompt? I guess this technically counts as a prompt. Now, I do have a backup plan in case, okay? There is something I can do should Doug not actually hand over the masterduel account name and password. Back in my day, there was a small little advertisement. You wouldn't download a car. Let's download some of the best cards ever printed.
I hate this.
Number 1. Yeah, let's get the one with sample. I love sample. Sample. Yeah, dude, straight from the database. Wait, I can't write.
Don't let Konami know about this.
Yu-Gi-Oh database doesn't let you save image. Joke's on you, clown. I'm screenshotting. There you go. All right. Card 2. All right, card number 3.
He's so evil. He's stealing from Konami.
Classic as well. Yep, there it is. Raigeki. Guys, do not tell Konami I'm downloading their cards. That's my fulfillment of the prompt, I think. There should be enough. Probably.
So here's my list, and I think that this displays... Nah, I'm just kidding. I'm gonna go in a slightly different direction.
Honor the Herald. That's not a very fun
I'm scared.
Red Eye's Metal Claw Dragon, when it's on the field, you can activate Metal Morph traps the turn that they were set. So that's basically what we're trying to do here is set up 3 regular Metal Morph, which is super easy to get to. I mean, this hand currently has a way to set all 3 Metal Morph and activate them going second. So if we can draw that Eternal Rest... Okay, well...
What is this? That's such a scary sound.
Hello?
You,
Hi, Farf. How you doing?
You still playing Yu-Gi-Oh?
Am I still... I play Yu-Gi-Oh. Yeah, I play this game.
You got your deck on you?
I have my Genesis deck. Is that okay?
Ugh. Don't send me Genesis card. I need you to send me 3 cards, okay? I'm gonna give you my address. You're gonna send me 3 cards. No questions asked, okay?
Wait, am I actually just shipping you cards?
Mm-hmm.
That's a distant coder, right?
3 cards. 3 specifically.
Oh, okay.
Thanks.
So I did a close listen of Danny's prompt, and I heard him say you should steal 3 cards, but I didn't hear him say you should do it in masterduel. Sure, they have to be from an opponent, but who is a bigger opponent to me than Danny? Not only will he be determining the winner of this episode, probably Doug, but he also refuses to let me hit. That's why I'll be stealing from him. So here's the plan.
I love to see. He's such a theater kid.
Cards are located at Danny's house, and he actually lives pretty close to me. The problem is, because he YouTubes for a living, he never leaves. Therefore, I'm gonna get a mutual acquaintance to lure him out of the house and leave the door unlocked. After that's happened, I'll sneak in, find his cards, and paw through them, finally stealthily exiting with 3 of his most prized possessions. Ideally, the mutual will come back with him and pretend the door was locked the whole time, leaving him none the wiser.
Dude, my favorite casual engine, Mitsurugi. Do the people that show up with this shit think their opponent just is like not gonna instantly scoop when they act? Like to what end does this go in solo mode if you're playing Mitsurugi? There's no other great spot to test interactions other than just playing ranked, right? Like if you feel, you know, I'm someone that doesn't know a lot of new decks, right? I'm still learning. I wouldn't really know how to play Mitsurugi, so would I necessarily want to jump into ranked and then immediately lose a whole bunch of times? Not really, but like,
that's what I'm saying. Like the one player is the one who already surrenders. Like, what is the point of casual mode? Why would anyone play this?
Great. That's 5 minutes of my life I'm not getting back. Now can I complain about that guy?
I've just been informed that submitting 3 minutes of footage of me messaging Doug and telling him to give me his password. It's not a prompt issue, it's more of a duration issue. So, you know, in typical Rothschildian vision, I've been disallowed from putting in the absolute bare minimum effort into Joseph's content as opposed to my own. So we're gonna have to actually play the fucking game, it seems. All right, well, heading on over to the database here. Let's see what we got.
Take control.
I know what that card does. What else takes control? Take control? Gradle mentioned. Gradle, 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 the Gradle, 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 the change of fart. Ooh, what about giving control? Does that count? What if we steal too many cards? We have to then give control, surely. But a lot of Yu-Gi-Oh cards take control, weirdly enough. I might...
Hello, Apex Competitive Fury. How to send you my video? Oh, you can send it in the Discord. It's in the pin message. We have a channel to suggest videos for reaction. It's, you know, mostly Yu-Gi-Oh. But yeah. I beat a Mitsurugi deck with slash draw going second when I had no other place. Well, yeah, but that's 100% luck. don't try to make it sound like you're such a much better player. That you know that's luck.
Be like there's a lot of cards in here that have words that aren't actually take control. All right, well,
I just want a match. Will be cool to send you my ID. Oh yeah, we do that on Thursdays. On Thursdays we have replay reviews from the community, and that's also on the Discord. We have a Discord channel to submit your ID. What is it called? It's called Replays Masterduel, and you can send it there, and I will watch it on Thursday. On Thursday we do that. Yeah.
Well, I guess the rest of this we'll fill up with some stall, baby. Are we gonna marshmallow on? My mind's going blank. I can't think of like stalling. What's that? Messenger of piss. That card's take. And then we.
What is these monsters with a lot of attack cannot declare an attack once per turn during standby phase? Pay 100. 100.
We'll also put in 1 copy of triple tap. We're never gonna be able to enable this, to be fair. Let's hop on into a game here and see if I can steal.
This guy, he's master 1.
Dog, it is going to
you see how he's actually going? Wait, is he playing on ranked?
Let's hop on into.
Yeah, he's playing on ranked. That's how you do it.
Steal at least 3 cards.
Dog, it is going to take a fucking hour to get there, and an hour to come back. This is...
Wow, an hour driving. Oh no.
Maybe more involved than I thought it would be, but I'm not giving up.
This is like literally a perfect hand. Like if we went second, I honestly kind of just want to go Illusionist Pass. These cards are so cool. I keep playing them in events, and they are a little bit complicated at first, I guess, because there's a lot of weird wordings, and the cards in hand don't work exactly the same, even though it seems like they should. But this is kind of sick. This is the Infernal. Yeah, so that's really, you know, Bomb Man, that's... I always bring up this example because Altergeist players seen second deck. Oh, wow, getting a lot of Altergeist vibes from this. But Altergeist Hextia... Okay, fuck you. Sure. Altergeist Hextia has like an absurdly high win rate, because if an Altergeist player is summoning that, if they get the opportunity to summon that and they're playing correctly, you have lost the game. Oh Fuck, dude. No, I need you to summon monster cards.
That's a monster.
Wait, this is almost it. Oh, hell yeah. This is what I'm talking about. Yeah, they're playing real Yu-Gi-Oh! On Master 1. Just set some cards and pass. Change of heart this. He'll probably chain to negate so that it keeps his thing online or something. I think it counts itself, to be fair. I really should have put some extra cards in here.
Bruh.
Okay, one. The Dyer, editor, put a counter. What card stolen? One. Then we're going to set and damn, I missed. I was trying to flick shot set it to the left there. This idiot goes back. Oh, it doesn't go to the graveyard by game mechanics? If I was a judge, I would rule that in my favor. Game's bugged. Game sucks. Show sucks. Don't put that in. Keep that in. Don't put that in. Keep that in. Don't put that in. Keep that in. Don't put that in. Don't put that in. Don't put that in. Don't put that in. Keep it in. Don't put it in. Don't put it. Keep it in. Don't put it. Keep it. Don't care.
I love Farfa. He's so funny. I love Farfa. He's the best. I think when they were just excited that such a low chance happened, I wanted to share. Yeah, of course.
I kind of just want to not do like anything so that they commit a little bit to the board. Just normal summon anything. Come on, like another maiden. Fuck. Dude. No, he'll normal summon another monster. He'll normal summon another monster. We can do this. We can do this.
Oh
just
my god.
Normal summon a monster card. Damn it, dude. If I can set up both of these cards, I'm fine. I just... Did you see that I missed? Like, I was trying to click right above that, and then I clicked defense. Do you see that? That just happened? So here we go. We're going to attack with a 0 attack monster. They're not going to negate the free attack. They're not going to negate the free... It's a free Blue Eyes! Come on! Why would they? Because they want a Blue Eyes White Dragon! I don't even want to, like, activate the Maximum over because I want him to, like, just normal summon a monster card. Like, okay, so 2 Metamorphs down. I gotta get the negate off the board. I think that's, like, the problem here. Activate.
Oh, wow.
Discard. Target. Activate.
Oh wow!
Right here, man. There's no.
Actually,
okay,
Yugioh.
I've taken the negate off the board, so surely they will block an attack. Why would? How could they not? How could they not attack? Or how could they not block an attack? Nice. Okay.
Straight up polymerization. Amazing.
Oh my god, it's gonna. We're like in the second game. I thought this would take like all day. Well, okay, we haven't gotten there yet. Let's everyone chill. Everyone chill. Everyone chill. Everyone chill. We're gonna go 0 into the face down. We did it. Like. Okay, so here's what we're doing.
What?
So we go Red Eyes Metal Claw Dragon, send Max Metamorph, summon, activate. We actually fucking did it, dude.
Does it count?
Wait, what is going on, dude? Those cards are so cool.
Oh my god. Wait, he's playing into it. Okay. Please don't have a second copy. Please. Of course he has a second copy. Why wouldn't he have a second copy? Alright, crackdown. 2. Put the counter. 2 cards stolen. 2. Put the counter. 2. The counter. Look, it's right here. Ding. 2. It resolved! Oh my god, I can't believe it resolved. Is this considered winning? Hopefully he attacks over my Gradle Eagle.
This is Master 1.
That'll be 3. Within 2 turns as well.
So a mutual friend of ours, Leah Asimov, is actually in the area for the next couple of days. Our plan is she is going to ask him to dinner or something, pick him up, intentionally leave his door unlocked, at which point I will sneak into his apartment and steal things. It's at this point we encountered a problem. See, Danny had already eaten, and so when Leah asked if he wanted to go out to dinner, he said no. So the obvious first question here is, how on earth are you going to get into Danny's house through a locked door and steal things from him without him noticing? And would it shock you to hear I actually do have a plan? So we thought up a lie, and we thought it up quick. They went back to his house to hang out, at which point Leah said there was a Glitch Stars emergency, and that she just had to do a live reaction stream from his setup, barricading him in his own bedroom while she—
You just have to do the live reaction. You have to. You understand, Chad? That's the law of Glitch Stars, yeah.
He monopolized the front room where his computer was located. From there, she could let me in and help me steal his stuff while he was waiting for her stream to end.
What is he wearing? I just realized. What the hell is he wearing?
This would require precise timing. And most importantly—
What is this shirt? What is going on?
A Danny that was willing to just sit in the bedroom doing nothing. The cuck chair was prepped, and now it was time for someone to sit. So in order to facilitate step one of this plan, I'm gonna have to park at a garage like a mile away from his apartment.
Steal yourself now! Steal yourself now! And finally, steal yourself now.
Oh,
we have
so good,
stolen
dude.
we have stolen.
The cars have been stealing.
We have stealed
Don't
3
disconnect,
monsters,
dude.
and now they get blown up. I mean, tell me I'm not cooking right there. I mean, I don't even think we have another play. I don't know what I'm doing. Yeah, we'll add this. It's probably just fine if we pass. What are they gonna do? They haven't done anything the last 7 turns.
Oh my god! He's pulling into it! Grano! Oh my god! Wait, I think that turns off verdict. There we go.
3,
El hombre con el
3.
marco. Wait, sorry. Did I didn't do a thing. 3, 3, 3. Now the problem is I don't have like what do the kids call them? Win condition? Yeah, I don't have one of those.
Okay, I made it, but as you can
The
see,
kids.
it's pretty damn bright out here. So I don't know how I'm gonna do this without being seen. Okay, we have another problem.
Yeah.
Leah is live right now. So we're gonna do what we can.
I'll film you taking the stuff. But I can take a shit for like 20 minutes.
That's crazy. You have to know, Chad, when I'm taking a 20 minutes break on the stream, you know that something like this is happening. Like we're stealing from a friend.
Wait, so is he just in another room?
Yeah, he's in his office.
Okay.
But his office is also like right in front of the door.
Fuck.
For the cards.
Fuck.
That's okay. I'll get the binders out and sneak him outside.
Okay. So where do I go?
That's crazy. The binder with all the precious cards. This looks like a video game. I love this. This. Nope, that's One Piece. I see a Yu-Gi-Oh card there. Just steal that one. Oh, look at that. It's so beautiful. Yeah, steal the pot of greed. And Zeus. This is so beautiful. I love this. That face is crazy, dude. Unbelievable.
That motherfucker has 15 binders full of Alestrals.
He's so proud of himself. Love to see it.
We did it. Oh my god. Okay. Let's get the fuck out of here.
Dude, what a fucking game, man. You think Nadir was over there and he just like activated Snatch Steal a couple times? Honestly, pretty crazy top deck. Well, I mean, what can he grab? Nothing. He could go Red MD for Blue Eye. Like, if I wasn't negating this, he could go like Red MD for Blue Eyes. I mean, that doesn't even really do anything. Nope, we got it.
Wow.
Red Eyes is better than Blue Eyes. You heard it here first, folks. Yeah, maybe played a little sloppy that duel, but I'm really happy that we were able to get the combo off, especially so early into the stream. I thought I would literally be here like 2 hours trying to do this. Yeah, it's a fun little deck. I really like the Metalmorph cards. I think they're super interesting. I think they have a cool play pattern, and I think that their artwork is great too. I mean, how can you not like Red Eyes full metal?
Yeah,
right?
obviously.
Or Metal Flame Swordsman. This card looks fucking sick. So who knows how the other people did the prompt. I'm not sure if this is one where people vote or if Danny picks the winner. But if it's Danny, please make me the winner. If it's you guys, please make me the winner. Yep, that's all I got.
How are we doing, Dyer? How much of this footage would you say is... How are we doing over there, Dyer? You okay? You took up smoking
I
yet?
wouldn't want to be Dyer in this situation.
Crack cocaine on the table. Wait, why couldn't I chain enemy control?
It's a Dyer situation.
No, wait, whoa. Why couldn't I activate enemy control? Mud Dragon says I can't target cards with that attribute. And we have 2 Earths. Your opponent cannot target this card or monsters in the field with the same attribute as this card. Did he declare Earth at top? Was I not paying attention? Oh, he just declared Earth like earlier in the turn. Oh, I just wasn't paying attention. Yeah, I was too busy asking Dyer if she smokes crack. For the record, let it be known, I took a man to turn 10. Vote for me or something. I don't actually know who does this. Bye.
And so now, to the judge, Danny, I have just one question. Are these your cards?
When I told you to steal 3 cards, I didn't understand the gravity of the situation when I said that. I hate to give rankings because you all did actually a very
That's
good
for
job,
Doug.
even though there's
Dog.
one of you who I think
Dog.
should. I really can't say on YouTube, but I will say that probably, and I say this in the worst way possible. I say this with a heavy heart, and I say it with as much disdain in my power and voice as I can. Joseph was probably the most creative, because he did steal 3 cards from an opponent, and that opponent was me, which was the most creative, because I really did not think he'd take from me at all. Like, it was just the most unexpected turn of events. I thought he'd give up. I thought he was faking it, and I look at my binder and I see that 3 of my cards are gone. So good job, Dick. Doug with Steel was insanely funny, probably, and I did not say S-T-E-A-L. You can interpret that as S-T-E-E-L as well. So good job on your wordplay. Farfa, would you download a card? Very well done as well. You stole 3 cards, and you also just stole cards from your opponent as well for 2, 3, 2, 3. So props to you guys. Good job. That's it. Goodbye. Don't watch this.
He's so sad that the cards got stolen.
So I
and
did consider, you know,
stealed.
going to my friend's house and breaking in and stealing 3 of his Yu-Gi-Oh cards. But at the end of the day, I decided I'd rather do this than go to jail.
Yeah, no, it sounds reasonable. Yeah, obviously. Very cool video. I already liked it in my main account. I watching this. This is his reaction. His reaction is so good. Chad, you have to see this.
So, okay.
You have to see this because he didn't know. He's just finding out during this. It's so funny.
John, I'm gonna be so mad.
I love this. He just saw it and it's not there. The cards are not there. Dude, this is so beautiful. Cinema.
Here. My ulti Colossus. Oh, and Pot of Greed. Yep.
What a great. And Zeus.
That bastard!
Yeah. I love that. I love that. Anyways, last video, chat. Last video before I go. All right. Top 10 Yu-Gi-Oh cheaters. Let's watch.
Have you ever heard the phrase "cheaters never prosper"? It basically
Wait, this is an old video. 9 years ago. Dang.
means people who use dishonest tactics will never truly succeed. And this is something that we're going to see throughout this episode of my top 10 Yu-Gi-Oh cheaters. Now this list is more for people that didn't just bend the rules to their own advantage, they basically shat on the rules to basically cheat to win. The only thing that I'm not going to be including in this list are the Millennium item holders. So any people who use Millennium items...
Oh, like no Pegasus.
I'm not going to be including this list, as the biggest one would be Maximilian Pegasus. Using a Millennium Eye to see into your opponent's like hand, now that's like super cheating. But because it's like a mystical kind of thing, if I were to include all the Millennium item holders, they all have like special properties that give them advantages in duels. Even Yugi himself, what with his split personality kind of thing. I'm going to exclude them from the list, but we're going to carry on with the top 10 cheaters in Yu-Gi-Oh!
I'm so curious about... Okay, well, this is already Yuri. I'm so curious about... like, how much cheating is in Yu-Gi-Oh! Because I feel like in Duel Monsters, there were a lot of cheaters. Right? They were there. I think of like Seeker. There was also Mai. There was also Bandit Kid. I'm pretty sure there were more. I don't remember right now, but I feel like there were a lot in just Duel Monsters. I don't know if there were more like that in the other series. Or I haven't heard at least, but let's see.
At number 10, I've gone with Arcana. During episode 59, Yugi is versing
also
Arcana.
This one.
Arcana goes through this big spiel about how he's the true wielder of the Dark Magician, and the Dark Magician will come to him rather than Yugi. So, during the start of the duel, during his first hand, he actually manages to pull the Dark Magician first turn. Pretty impressive. It's not. He basically cut his cards so that the Dark Magician would be the card that he drew first. And even with Yugi shuffling his deck and himself shuffling...
This is so smart, dude. I know it's cheating, but it's still so smart. I love to see that.
In the deck, it basically guaranteed him that he was going to get his Dark Magician first. However, you're going to notice a theme with this episode. Basically, everyone who cheats that I'm about to mention, they lose the duels. So I hope you guys take something away from this top 10, because Arcana, well, he gets his comeuppance and he loses. My favourite part is when Yami Yugi was absolutely going to let him get chopped in half by that saw blade thing, or at least sent to the Shadow Realm, I guess. If it wasn't for little Yugi, then I guess it'd have been a bit darker, that episode. At number 9, I've gone with Johnson from the Virtual World arc. During episode 105, during his duel against Joey Wheeler, Johnson was able to manipulate the duel so that all of Joey's luck-based cards would fail him. So every time he rolled a 6, he'd get a 1 instead. Or if he were to flip a coin with a 50-50 chance whether he'd win or lose, he'd lose. I mean, I could say that Joey, he has a bit too much luck for his own good, so it's kind of good that he gets taken down a peg with a bit of like unluckiness. Tampering with your opponent's RNG based cards is just not on, so yeah, I'm sorry mate, you can't do it. However, things work out as turns up to say, yep, you can't do that, Johnson, I'm going to take this ability away from you. Joey carries on dueling him, and with a bit of luck himself during those choices, he actually wins the duel. So unlucky Johnson, cheaters never prosper.
Where are we getting like those like numbers from, or
8 during episode 71, I'm going to go with Loomis and Umbra. So we get an awesome tag duel in this episode. We've set up...
Wait, is this just Yu-Gi-Oh? Is this just like the Duel Monster, right? I think this is Duel Monster.
Kaiba and Yugimoto versus Loomis and Umbra.
How did they cheat? I don't remember.
Spoiled by the fact that Loomis and Umbra are actually cheating during this duel. They make it explicitly clear that you cannot communicate with your opponent with what cards you have in your hand, so that you can't form basically a strategy around those cards. However, they do not do this, since they have headphones and microphones built into the sides of the masks, so that they can hear what each other is saying under their breath, so they know what they're going to draw. And while this gives them a good tactical advantage during the start of the duel, towards the end when Seto Kaiba gets a bit clever and he starts telling them to doubt themselves and they start doubting each other, they end up losing the duel. So yeah, unfortunately it didn't work. At number 7, I've gone with the Rare Hunter, who uses the Exodia deck. Now, during episode 56, Yugi is versing this person.
That's the guy.
Throughout the duel, the Rare Hunter seemed to be showing some sort of knowledge of what cards he's going to draw. However, it turns out that he wasn't psychic or anything like that, Basically, he used an invisible marker pen to mark his cards so that he would know he was going to be drawing the Exodia pieces. And the reason he was able to see this invisible mark out was because he was using special contact lenses. As well, he uses 3 copies of each piece of Exodia, and I don't think there's a limit to how many cards you're allowed in this kind of universe, so I don't think that's a problem. But it was pretty bad, the fact that when Yugi saw that the cards were marked, he could have just, you know, said, just don't do this anymore, or rub the cards off. No, he rips up his deck and throws it in the air. So that was pretty savage, Yugi, but...
Because they weren't real cards, right?
Yeah, fair play. At number 6, I've gone with a very dark way of cheating. So during episode
Oh, this is all Dune Monster. Okay, my bad. I don't know what I was thinking it was the whole Yu-Gi-Oh series.
Seto Kaiba is basically trying to fight to win so that he can save his brother Mokuba from Pegasus. Now, Yugi himself is fighting to save his grandfather, whose soul was taken by Pegasus. So both of them have reasons to win this duel. However, Kaiba takes it just a little bit too far. In an attempt to stop himself from losing against Yugi, Seto Kaiba begins to back up towards the edge of this cliff. Everyone's thinking, what's this guy up to? He stands at the edge of this cliff and basically says that, Yugi, if you attack me, I'm going to throw myself off this cliff. So he's basically threatening Yugi with suicide if Yugi doesn't throw the game. Now, if you watch the dub, he says that the shockwaves from the duel is going to knock me back and I'll fall off, so it'll be your fault. That's pretty much just as bad, but we're going to go with the original one, where he basically says, I'm going to commit suicide if you defeat me in this duel.
Oh
now,
my god.
I'm all for winning. I like to win. But if I'm about to lose and I just turn to someone in the middle of a duel and says, if you beat me, I'll kill myself, then that's not on. It's not right, and you shouldn't really be doing that in any way. So I'm sorry, Seto, but threatening to kill yourself is cheating.
I don't know if that's cheating. It's definitely an asshole thing to do, and honestly really weird. I don't know if I would count it as cheating though.
I have to say. Or at least it's bad etiquette, I guess. At number 5, I'm going to fuse 2 characters cheating, I guess, together. I'm going with Marek and Odeon. Now, I said that people who use the Millennium items would
Because they changed their identities or something?
be on this list. And I'm not going to include Marek on this list due to the fact that he used his Millennium Rod to basically weaken people so that they'd pass out before the end of a duel. I'm putting him on here for 2 reasons. Proxy cards and foreign language cards. Let me explain. Now, during episode 86, Odeon is playing against Joey Wheeler, and he's posing as Marek in this duel. Marek, unbeknownst to Odeon, has slipped a copy of the Winged Dragon of Ra into his deck, and unfortunately, it's a fake card. Basically, it's a proxy. And in the real world, you can't use proxy cards in tournaments. And if you're not sure what a proxy card is, well, you substitute a card with another card that you would normally have. This is what people normally do if they want to test out a deck before they buy it. So if you wanted, say, the copy of Winged Dragon of Ra, you'd put a fake one in. If it works well with your deck, then you get the real one. Now, obviously, this backfires for Odeon because even though he didn't want to play it at first, he ends up sort of going along with it. So both of them kind of in the wrong, but he gets his comeuppance by getting struck by lightning, so I guess it's fair. But the other reason why I want to put these 2 on this list is because the Winged Dragon of Ra has foreign text on it. It has the Egyptian writing, which is basically its like call out thing, and according as well, which I just discovered, due to official tournament rules, if a card is in a foreign language, you're allowed to use that in your deck. However, you have to have its English translation available to your opponent.
That's an interesting rule.
For example, when Marek was versing My Valentine, and My Valentine took the Winged Dragon of Ra off Marek, and she wasn't able to get it out of its sphere form because she didn't recite the words on the card. She should have been able to, because Marek should have had a little bit of text allowing her to basically translate it. So with that, he's a cheater.
That's so funny.
At number 4, I imagine you were waiting for this, is Weevil Underwood. He displays 2 huge instances of cheating during episodes 3 and episode 63. His first instance is basically when he sees Yugi and he knows Yugi has the power of Exodia in his deck, and he's like, hey Yugi, can I look at your Exodia pieces? And Yugi's like, yeah, sure, here you go. I've looked at it. He's like, thank you. Chucks them all off the side of the boat so that his opponent can't use it anymore.
Oh my
That is
god,
with your opponent's
dude.
deck. You can't, before a tournament, just go up to someone and just rip all their cards up in front of them. Even though it would probably give you a tactical advantage, it's very frowned upon, and it's cheating. So, unfortunately, you're a cheater. And in episode 63, he paid some kid to run up to Joey to steal his deck. He slipped in a card so that he would have a tactical advantage later in the duel, which was Parasite. So, Weevil, I think, is the biggest example of cheaters never prosper, because he cheats a lot in this series, and
And those are only 2 times.
He never wins. At number 3, I've gone with My Valentine. Now, I was a bit up in the air about whether I should put her this high up on the list because she doesn't see it herself as cheating. She's using it as a form to psychologically destroy her opponent kind of thing. But let me explain anyway.
Excuse me?
In episode 6, she's displayed the ability of being able to predict what cards she has in her hand. So she wouldn't look at them, she'd just have them all face down in front of her and just say what cards they were as she put them out. This freaked out Joey Wheeler because he thought she had ESP. However, in actual fact, she'd sprayed each of her cards with different types of perfume, so that would mean she'd had 40 different types of perfume. That would cost quite a lot of money. I don't want to get into the fact that how the hell would you be able to tell the difference between each one, and wouldn't they like
You
smell
just know, right? You just know when you're really deep into it. You just know. You can tell the difference between all of those. Definitely.
combined together or something like that. No, we're not getting out of the point. But she says she uses these cards so she can smell the cards so she knows what she's basically had in her hand. But she uses this tactic to smell what cards she has in her hand.
It's because she's a woman, she can't tell. I think that's what the writers intended there. I'm pretty sure. I don't know. Oh, did I be on the cards with perfume? Wait, there's a video about that? That's so funny. To be fair, that isn't even the weirdest cheat. Definitely not. Definitely not.
Now, the reason I would call this as a cheating advantage is because she could basically smell what card she gets next, and then she would know what she's going to draw, so she could use that as an advantage. So, in a way, that's definitely cheating. Even though she saw it more as just trying to freak your opponent out, I'm sorry.
I think it's still cheating.
You lost anyway, so unlucky. At number 2, I've gone with Esperoba. This is another one of those.
Oh, this one is so good, dude. This one is so good. Pretending to be psychic, but it's actually just another person in the top of a building, looking at the cards of your opponent. It's like the chess thing with the vibrator, right? Yeah. We have that chess dude who had a plug. Yeah, exactly what I was gonna say. See, exactly what I say. The bad plug. Yeah, the bad plug. From the audience. Yes, exactly. You didn't even think of that. Yeah, just his little brothers. Yeah, I mean, whoever, right? The point is like there is someone else telling them the cards of their opponent. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's how it works.
Duelists. And in episode 58, Joey Wheeler is versing him. Now, he claims to basically have a third eye or ESP, where Joey's got his cards like this, and he says he can see what cards in his hand. And he does. But that's only because he's got an earpiece in his ear and all of his brothers are up on a building with binoculars so that they can see Joey's cards. Ultimately, he gets caught out by not only Joey, but by Yugimoto, who's up there like witnessing the whole thing, and Mokuba, who discovers the cheats at work.
Mokuba,
Joey even has
the
a
goat.
clever way of sort of figuring out that it's not ESP. Maybe you learned something from versing My Valentine, that not everything is as it seems. He was holding like his cards in his hand, and he had Skull Dice and Graceful Dice, and he had his Skull Dice like hidden underneath the Graceful Dice kind of thing, so they thought that he had 2 Graceful Dice. So yeah, that was quite clever of Joey. I'll give him that. Ultimately,
Meanwhile, Joe is just he's just better at gambling. What can I say? He's just better. He's just that guy.
as well, Esperoba loses. Gutted. And finally, at number 1.
Wait, who is the number 1? I mentioned who? Oh, Bandit Kid. Yeah, Bandit Kid. What am I talking about?
I've gone with Bandit Keith. Now, Bandit
Keith
cheated twice in this series, in episode
Bandit
32
Keith.
and
My
episode
bad.
52. The first instance was his duel against Joey during Duelist Kingdom. Even though Bandit Keith was putting up a pretty good fight against Joey, when Joey started to make a little bit of a comeback, he did the most classic way of cheating of all: cards up the sleeve. He basically had 3.
That's the most classic of classics. Truly an American hero.
Slot machine cards up his sleeve so that he was able to power up his monster to very high levels for that part of the series, to be fair. This was spotted by Pegasus, and it was allowed to continue because Joey won despite the fact that he was cheating. This is also the same episode where Bandit Keith pulls out one of those invisible guns that the dub loves to bring out, points at a Pegasus, but then he gets dropped down the hole anyway. And,
that's so funny.
Yeah, pretty funny. He also pulls the same tactic against Yugimoto later on. To be fair, he was under the mind control of Marik Ishtar, which a lot of the people in this list were, so I guess Marik's pretty big cheater, to be honest with you. This time the way he cheats is he has more cards up his sleeve, but this one's are like spring-loaded, which is quite cool. You get Zera the Mant and the Zera Ritual card, and a monster that he was able to sacrifice so that he could summon Zera the Mant out like straight away, which apparently was a super rare and one of the most powerful cards in the game. Bullshit, only had 2,800 attack. However, he loses anyway, or at least he like submits the duel, I guess, because he smashes up the Millennium Puzzle. But yeah, he loses, so gutted. And with that, guys, that's my top 10 cheaters in Yu-Gi-Oh!
The video just ends there. That was such a jump scare. It's like, wait, what? The video just ends there. That's so funny. Honestly, really cool video. I thought it was gonna be the whole Yu-Gi-Oh series, and I was ready to learn about some other things that I haven't seen before. Don't you think it's interesting that all of this is before, like, what's it called, like Battle City, like during Battle City? After that, there is no cheating apparently. Interesting. I thought I will see more of that. Everything is like Battle City and that's it. No more cheating after that. Were there cheating in our series? Chat, please. And YouTube people in the comments, let me know if there is more cheating in our series. I feel like there was cheating in GX. I'm pretty sure there was cheating in GX. I haven't watched the other ones, so yeah. I don't know. I still find hilarious that the reason the retrain of Zoe the Fiend can special summon itself in defense mode is because of the scene where he accidentally drops it to bait Joy. What? I don't know anything about that. I'm so sorry. Hello Sans, welcome back. And Joy just getting a new metal more support is also funny. Remember, it's not cheating if anyone cheats. Oh, Soa! Ah, okay. Soa, sorry. I don't know what happened there. Does it count as cheating if you send your dual spirit to look at your opponent's cards? Yes, I think that will count as cheating, right? Yeah. Yeah, that will count as cheating. Well, yeah. Let me know in the comments if there are more cheating instances that we haven't seen here. I'm really curious about that. Remind me the ones of GX specifically, because I feel like there was some, at least one. So yeah, thank you everyone. Thank you. Alright chat, that's the last one. That's the last video for today. So I'm gonna end it here. Really good stream. So I will see you on Wednesday. Remember chat, on Wednesday we're gonna be watching the history. What is it? The history of the Yu-Gi-Oh meta. Yeah, oh my god! Zurich! Welcome to the stream. Hi. Good to see you here. I'm sorry that I'm just ending the stream as soon as you join. It is what it is. What can I say? There will be more opportunities in the future, I'm sure. So yeah, see you everyone. Bye. Bye.